What's up, chat? Hashtag free Mikey in the chat. Hashtag free Mikey in the chat. Do it. Announce yourselves. Say hello. Smash like. Are you all excited for this? It's gonna be a good one. It's gonna be a good one. We have a special guest today. Special little co-host. It's gonna be awesome. What else? What else should I tell you to do before we get going? Just smash the like button and say hashtag free Mikey in the chat. It's that simple, guys.
Hi, I'm Benjamin Studebaker.
And this is David McCarricker, and you're listening to Why Left.
So today on Why Left, we've got a very special co-host, Nance. We're going to talk a little bit about a meeting we just came from. We're going to talk a little bit about the week, the cover of which this time features the situation over in Syria.
And then we're going to talk about UFOs over PA, and are they intentionally trying to get us to not think about Syria, and what's going on with Lily Phillips having sex with 100 guys, crying, and then wanting to have sex with 1,000 guys all in a day. And what happened to Luigi Mangione? Is he still in the cycle? It's not just in the cycle, guys. They're potentially working on a movie about it already with James Franco playing him. Rock stars are playing like video footage of Mangione while everyone's losing their minds. I think Benjamin might be wrong about something. Who knows, guys? We'll find out. But we're going to start with talking about the meeting we're coming from. And just welcome Nance to the show. First proper time on Why Left. Last time it was because the Comcast failed for Benjamin, right? And then you came on with a bunch of other folks.
I think we did a different one. That was the first time. Nina was here, and I believe Swole was here. That was when you yelled and the internet retreated for Benjamin. But I came on for another one a couple weeks ago, I think. And we talked about
the week,
Matt Gaetz,
actually, didn't we?
Yeah.
That was the last time we talked about the week.
Yeah.
Whoa. Okay. Oh, well, that's not, well then everyone already knows about Nance. I mean, of course, everybody at Theory Underground already does, but we do have a handful of people listening from Spotify who've never actually been to the YouTube channel, never listened to the podcast I do with Nance called The Self-Legitimating Johnsons. They've never sat through a 12 to 17 hour marathon live stream that we like to do often on a monthly basis that, it kind of shuts down the internet. It's like a big holiday. Everybody loves it. But I couldn't do that if it wasn't for Nance kind of egging me on, being the wingman, being the the Jamie to Joe Rogan. But also, he's working on a lot of really cool projects here on the back end at TU, and he has taken 90% of the courses and seminar sessions at Theory Underground. And so we're coming from a special little meeting. I don't know which one of you wants to take a stab at describing what happened, but go for it.
Well, the meeting is about creating order, good order at Theory Underground that will give everybody a felt sense of security that they know what's going to happen and that they are being taken care of.
Well said.
Yeah. Yeah. Very well said, honestly. Because, thinking about schedules and plans and expectations and the future, there's a lot of uncertainty. I mean, there's a lot of uncertainty in the world. You might get shot by a disgruntled dude from fucking Baltimore who's angry about something and he shot the wrong guy. You never know what could happen. But the future scares the shit out of me, just in general. And I know I'm not the only one. So having order, having reassurance about, what you're doing with yourself, with your life, it's important to people. And I know I struggle to articulate things in an orderly fashion. I'm like a retarded squirrel looking for nuts in someone's garden sometimes. So Benjamin does kind of come in with this calm, cool, collected energy and reassures me and hopefully everyone else.
Yeah, Dave is empowering me to use something I came up with when I was teaching at Cambridge, which is this master sheet, a schedule that's interactive and everybody can get access to with a single link that should eliminate an enormous amount of emails and confusion. And when's this happening and who's doing what, when, and where? It's going to make 2025 sing.
Hell yeah.
One of the things that keeps me up at night, and it's the first thing I think about when I get out of bed, and it's the things that I do all throughout the day, is making sure that all of these efforts don't go to waste, and all the people who are putting themselves on the line with their spouses, with their families, with their friends who are asking, what are you doing on the internet? Is, I care a lot about making sure that people are getting something important from that experience. And I know that there are self-driven people with a lot of imagination who are able to kind of explore through all of the repository, the disorganized like mess of all the courses and seminars, and they're able to kind of like tease out like what's going on, or they're able to do deep dives on their own, and they don't need the gamified programming to keep track of all their things because they're just doing what they can't not do. But for people who are coming in and are like, okay, but like what's going on? Nance keeps saying there's directionality to this, but where's the directionality? It's like I discovered recently, it's funny that he says that. I kind of bank on the fact that he's been saying that, but then it's like, well, 2 years ago, I showed him the founding document that was the master key for all the courses that I wish existed at an institution that would cater to workers with earbuds, like, the lack I experienced in 2020. And I showed it to Nance, and I've showed it to him a couple times. But I didn't show it to everybody else because of reasons. What do you want to say?
I just have to respond and say I saw the directionality before we went over that document. But I'm also slightly retarded. So it is true that that's probably just impossible for other people to see with the way we've been doing things.
Yeah, there's a set of things that just aren't being done by anybody because these media outlets are obsessed with the news cycle. They're obsessed with getting their clicks and their likes and their subscribes right now. And so to look at that document, or even just to talk to Dave for any length of time or pay any attention to him, you very quickly realize that there is a horizon of possibility here in terms of developing our ability to do theory, our ability to think theoretically, that is just not going on anywhere else, where people are just trying to tread water, often appendage to a sector that is shrinking as the enthusiasm around the Bernie campaign dissipates and fractures. So, this is what makes this project so exciting. The possibility of actually working on theory and helping ordinary people become theorists, or at least move to some degree in that direction, insofar as they have the time and inclination.
Caravaggio in the chat says Nance is that guy. He very much is that guy. He's actually branded himself on the internet as that guy because there's actually 3 billion of him.
I'm not that guy. I'm some guy. That guy's a bad thing. I don't want to be that guy, dude. I'm some guy.
Okay, there we go. Some guy. But he's also in a process of becoming the man. So we have to talk about some guy, that guy, and the man. You could write a whole book about this. But anyway, I'm going to run downstairs and grab the part of my French roast coffee thing here that I forgot, the part that pushes down the grounds. We've got over 51 subscribers here in the chat. We've got a bunch of Parsons says, is Benjamin back from the land of fish and chips? Yes, he is. Parsons, mate. Parsons was the one who commented yesterday on that stream that Benjamin did with Doug and asked, wait a minute, is Dave wearing glasses or did he get replaced by Doug Lane? Or no, then he said, did Sublation Media sublate Benjamin away from why I left? And Benjamin had to come in and say, no, I'm able to work with lots of people. Actually, I love to work with lots of people and I love people and it's all good, or something like that. Right. And I want to talk about that. I want to talk about the plan. I want to talk about how you don't have to trust the plan. In a week, you'll be able to see the plan. I want to talk about what's going to happen before and after Christmas. We're also going to get into the week. We're also going to talk about, and this is probably something I'm most excited about. I don't know. I've been really looking forward to doing this with you all. It's the idea of the Monastery piece by Benjamin Studebaker. And we have an Audible certified narrator present who's actually going to help us during that segment. That's Nance. I'll be right back.
An Audible certified narrator who's transgressing against the responsibilities of recording another book to be here and hang out with my friends.
Yeah, that's going to be cool to hear it from you. I always get a kick out of listening to anything that I've written get read by you.
Yeah.
Because you just do it so beautifully.
I don't know about that, but thank you.
Really, you do.
Thank you. It took a long time. I think the first time I ever appeared on any digital media was several years ago on my homie's right-wing libertarian podcast. And I was like, oh, I don't even think I should be here. I'm a communist, because I was like a communist at the time. But that was several years ago. And since then, I've only been thinking about how much I hate the way I sound and trying to improve it and trying to improve it and trying to improve it. So.
A common problem.
Yeah.
Parson said, love y'all. And Emile said that French roast thing is actually just called a pressé et café. Thank you. There's words for the things I use.
Good. That's a French press.
Yeah.
Is the part that presses the French press and the rest of it's just the cup?
I thought that the jug was the French press and the thing is the thing.
Well, either way,
we know what we're talking about.
Either way, I'm ready to get going, guys. So I think Syria is probably the most important thing going on right now, but let's just start with my sort of cursory observations towards the phenomenology of the everyday in American life over the last week, which is just to say, as someone who has not been following the news whatsoever, I am aware that everyone's still talking about Mangione. We will conclude this segment talking about him. But for now, everyone's also talking about Lily Phillips. Did you guys see stuff about Lily Phillips yet?
I haven't seen anything about that.
Nothing, huh?
Nothing.
Chat, how about you all? How many of you in the chat are thinking about Lily Phillips in the last week? I'm going to actually start a poll.
When you brought that up with Nina, I had no idea what you were talking about. I thought you were talking about the swimmer. Lauren.
No.
Something.
That's crazy.
This is one of the amazing things about the post-class fractured mass. Nobody has any idea what the actual stories are because they are different depending on who you ask.
Yeah. Well, Nina knows about it, and Louise Perry knows about it, and Anne knows about it. So some of the women in my life, I'm not saying I have a personal relationship with Louise Perry, but I was just reading her. I was just reading her book on stream with Anne. The Case Against the Sexual Revolution. I follow her mother matriarch Substack, and I didn't even know she did a piece on Lily Phillips, and I didn't see that she'd done the piece on Lily Phillips until after I'd already made a note on Substack about how I wish I could make a video essay about Lily Phillips and the Case Against the Sexual Revolution, in which I tagged Louise Perry. Then I found out a couple days later, before I'd even said that, Louise Perry had actually written a piece about Lily Phillips. So that's a lot of me saying this person's name. Why am I saying it? Well, because she is the world record breaker for the most men fucked in the shortest amount of time. She's an OnlyFans star who got a hotel room, and each guy got up to 5 minutes, and there were 100 of them. And so this is something that little kids are thinking about right now. It's not just me. It's not just like the women in my life. Little kids are thinking about this right now. This is in the media. This is on TikTok. This is everywhere. 5-year-old children know about this. 12-year-old girls know about this. Teenage boys know about this. So me bringing it up is not like, I had someone on Substack earlier today say something that I was referencing. They were like, isn't that kind of lowbrow though? And I'm just like, yeah, kind of like the fucking internet, you idiot. So yeah, we're over here on the most lowbrow medium in the history of humanity, or at least the most lowbrow point in its development. We could talk about that. But no, I'm thinking about how this is a remarkable instance of when the social constructs that help us be human and work together are all called into question by the changes in material conditions. And then the culture war that ensues is so up for grabs and interpretation. Certain people will take things to the extreme. And we have a lot of people taking things to the extreme to get their face on the front cover of a magazine or on your social media. And Lily Phillips is one of those people who just did something crazy for clout. And here's the part that breaks your fucking heart when you hear about it. There's a documentary that just came out about it. It's an hour long. I haven't seen it yet. Ann and I are going to watch it and then talk about it on our new show that we've been talking about doing for a couple of years. For short, it's DNA, Dave and Ann. And basically, we'll be talking about things more like this. But what I basically want to say about it here is just that the two most important facts about the Lily Phillips case is that in the documentary, they blur everyone's faces who was involved. Like nobody who was involved wanted to show their face because they were ashamed, presumably because they were ashamed. So that's first. The other part of that is that when the documentarian comes in the room afterwards, he retches because of the smell. Sit with that. Let's talk about how liberated she is as a woman. Let's sit with that. Liberated as a woman, but taken over by the attention economy. That's what we could talk about. Anne was talking about how she read a piece on Substack where it's like, there's this, we could talk about a man possessing a woman, but we could also talk about the amorphous blob possessing a woman, right? And this woman is possessed. like demons. No, she doesn't look like crazy. She actually looks like a just kind of a college girl. Like she could be in one of my classrooms, right? She's not that remarkable. Some people are saying she's just kind of dim-witted and attention hungry. Who knows? But the other significant fact I was bringing up is that, and this is the one I think that you'll see the most when you do a little cursory look for information on this kid. I think every article will probably mention this, and that is that at the end of the documentary, at the end of the 100 men, and I don't want to call them men. I think that that's a prescriptive, performative, normative term. And so these are boys or men, children, or pieces of shit or jackoffs or whatever we want to say. They're not men though. Men don't do this. But whatever men are, they don't do that. And so, after the last one, I guess she did an extra one just to kind of top it off. So it's actually 101. After the 101st, she cried. And that would make sense. And it would make sense that she said it didn't hurt. So she's not crying from it hurting her body. It's hurting some other part of her, guys. Okay? But she doesn't know why. And so she's crying. And then it breaks your heart. And I haven't even seen the documentary yet, but that's upsetting. It's upsetting enough that she cries afterwards. But then she says, next time it's going to be 1,000. And they already have the plans in 3 months. She's going to do 1,000. What do you guys think of that?
So, recently I was thinking about finding porn in the woods. And I didn't grow up near a forest. I grew up in a city. So we didn't find porn in the woods. We found it in canals and we found it in alleyways, and in little like urban forts where little teenage boys would hang out. I heard someone else say porn in the woods, and I was like, oh, that's probably like a ubiquitous thing that like adolescent boys go through, is like there's this communal resource of old porn magazines and old porn tapes that come from uncles and dads and older brothers and maybe weird bums. And it was this like kind of inherent transgression that was like it went unspoken, but it was this thing that was reserved for like teenage boys. But I mean, it did happen to younger boys. But it was during the era when like Family Matters and Full House and shit was on TV, and like there was still this popular belief in decency and like what is appropriate and proper to make available to children.
Yeah.
And like even The Simpsons was risque, right? And shows like that, like, and we had Saturday morning cartoons. Decency was something that people still believed in. We still had the Hays Code or whatever permutation of it was. And look, it is true that a lot of horrible, repressive, oppressive things come out of this type of social censorship or whatever. It's also true that when you completely do away with it, you have very, very, very young children who haven't even developed a sense for their own bodies yet, exposed to these types of things. And sex is sex. Sure, fuck you. We're adults, but my kids aren't fucking adults. And my neighbor's kids aren't fucking adults. And they have the same level of access. They have more because they're younger. They understand the medium more than I do. I get tired of my phone and I put it down and I go play with something, play with my skateboard. They're always on these devices. They have unfettered access to these things. And you can say sex is sex between adults, but sex is fucking heinous when it comes to children. And that type of sex is like monstrous when it comes to children. Seeing that, being exposed to that, and like, I don't know, it's horrifying, dude.
Yeah, it goes beyond exploitation of one person by another person. There are many cases where there's pornography or sex work which involves exploitation, taking advantage of someone who doesn't have money and putting them in a bad situation. Here you have consenting to something incredibly unusual. And so the consent is structurally produced in some way. And the reason that it's worth raising this, and I think, Dave, you were right to raise it, and I thank you for raising it because I wouldn't have thought to raise it myself, is that we've reached a point where someone can be structurally massaged into consenting to something like that,
Yeah.
to the point where our society doesn't equip people with the resources to understand why they shouldn't consent to something like that, to the point where if we were to try to say why a person shouldn't, that would be incredibly right coded. For us to even go out and try to say why you shouldn't agree to it.
Right. Right. Which is, I think one of the reasons the left as a term is not worth resuscitating right now. It's
Yeah, but
disgusting.
very
I'm
few people who
disgusted by the
identify
left.
with the left would
Yeah.
want their children or people they
No.
know to agree to anything like that.
No, but they're in the habit of downplaying and dismissing this stuff and acting like it's a one-off and that these exceptions. So there's always this sort of, on the one side, the exception proves the rule. The exception proving the rule in this case would mean most people aren't doing stuff like that. But there's another case where the exception is a canary in the coal mine. And the problem is that we, without empirical research, we'll never know. It's hard to know, and sociologists aren't doing this work because they're all progressive leftist types of people who aren't going to think seriously about how there are fundamental realities to human relationships. We don't exactly know what they are. Somebody in the chat asked me what my thoughts on age of consent laws are, and I think that they're absolutely essential. I think they're absolutely essential. Like all social constructions, they are kind of made up. You kind of make them up because you know that no matter where you draw the line in the gray area, it's going to be causing problems, right? The invention of the ship brings the shipwreck. The invention of a law like that messes things up in some cases where maybe it would have been fine in some world, in some other historical period. Guess what? We live here now, and you know what we don't want? We don't want fathers killing 20-year-olds or 25-year-olds. We don't want fathers having to kill 25-year-olds for putting moves on their fucking kids who are, in some other epoch, like, they're old enough to maybe lead empires. But the fact is in this epoch, with the medium and the education system and the trajectories people are on for their careers and stuff, it's not possible. Lines have to be drawn somewhere. And I know people like to rationalize where the lines get drawn in ways that make them really easy to either support or debunk. But I just come down on the side of lines must be drawn, guys.
It's a question of your subjects and what they're capable of reasoning about. In general, children are less developed, therefore less capable of reasoning, therefore less able to make their own decisions, and therefore in greater need of protection by law. And if you have a society that is becoming barbarized by capitalism, by the structure of the global economy, the modern state, et cetera, then you're going to end up needing more laws because you won't be able to trust people to reason about these things. And this is something that is subject to change historically. We can have populations where people are more able to reason, sometimes at earlier stages of life, but not.
Oh, you're
not
about to
as
do
children. Not
I
as children.
yeah.
Nobody is able to reason when they're a tiny little child. Indeed, even in ancient Greece, Plato makes the case that you aren't really ready for training in dialectic until around the age of 30.
It's still true.
So, and
Still
our
true.
recent research on when does your frontal lobe solidify would put that at around 26. So at what point do you have the ability to reason about this? One of the great problems in human history is that it seems that our ability to reason well about when we should have sex is not tied in any way, shape, or form to when we develop the biological capacity to do it. Indeed, everybody seems to develop the biological capacity before they develop the ability to reason about it. And then this requires some kind of social control or political control of some kind to some degree or other. And we can debate what form it should take or how much of it there should be. But I think that a lot of people, in acting as if everyone always already has the ability to reason about everything, are not really in touch with the kinds of subjects that capitalism produces.
The martial esotericist said, "Man, I ain't ready for the dialectic. I need 7 more years still." And Mandy has said several things that I want to touch on that are really good. But Monsieur Rambos, who is the person who asked the question originally about consent laws, is coming back with a whole bunch of what about this and what about that and blah, blah, blah. And I just want to say, if you want to write a paper and send it to us in an email, go for it. But if you also want to try to guide this conversation or redirect it, I'll time you out. And I'm not going to assume that you are trying to do that. I'm going to assume the best here. But also, just when it comes to the workflow with these episodes, we're not here to have a conversation with you. We're here to make quality episodes that follow our plan. And this is just not on the agenda. Maybe we'll get into it someday. But your job, everybody here in the live chat, is to make this more on point and to only ask clarifying questions. So with that said, Mandy brought in that this 100 people, 100 guys on Lily Phillips thing, she said it reminds her of rape in war. And I think I don't know, I think she's probably heard me mention that a couple times. It's something I always think about, that rape and war are inseparable. You know, at a certain point, you can have the war machine put up a rainbow flag and have HR workshops about racism and consent, but it doesn't change the obscene underside of war. And
because it's a structural circumstance which gives rise to barbarized behavior, which would otherwise not occur for many of those people. Because they're put into this barbarizing situation, it brings out negative qualities in human beings that you would not typically see if they were in a more civilized context. War involves barbarizing. It is an experience which degenerates the subjectivity of the people who are subject to it, which is part of what makes it so horrible.
The Solitariat, who I think I'm about to play a voice message from because he said something that was great in chat, and I was like, could you DM that so that I can make you appear real quick on the channel? I love to play the regulars over voice messages on stream. But he, in reference to this though, he said the Soviets famously were very rapey on the way to Berlin. And he's saying that as a person who's obviously like a huge time, you know, Bolshevik apologist, which is nice. It's nice to hear that sort of honesty from somebody who is a Soviet apologist, because I know anarchists who are less no, I'll say it this way. Normally it would be an anarchist who would say that. But the first time that I met an anarchist who said that was when I was in Poland, and she was talking about the stories her grandma used to tell about how, yeah, they didn't like the Nazis, but the Nazis came in and restored order. And considering the fact that all the women were being raped by the Soviets when the Nazis came in and restored order, they were kind of just, you know, it was like, okay, this is what it's going to be. Oh, but now they're taking our Jewish friends in for questioning, right? So there was this. That's my impression of the stories she was sharing from her grandma, and this was all just like in some squat in Poland, you know. And she's big time lefty, way more than any of us. But this is part of the thing that gets left off, I think. Rudy, it's good to see you, man. Great to have you here. What do you have on that whole on? Do you guys? I kind of want to move on to another thing here, and I still want to play the swole clip. But anything on that with the Soviets and all that you guys want to touch on? It's never come up before.
Well, you know, even a state or a society which in principle might be able to help people improve will often, in the course of acquiring territory or subjects, make many people much worse. So I could see how he might defend that project or defend its horizon of possibility while at the same time recognizing and acknowledging what it concretely did in the course of its expansion. And this is why you have to be very careful when you get into the business of trying to expand states to solve problems or waging wars to solve problems. You are guaranteed to ruin a lot of people's lives. Will you actually make anybody's life better? That's an open question. And you got to be very, very sure before you start that kind of shit.
That sort of care and stipulation that you just did is why the people or person in the chat who is calling you a statist and saying this is all just apologetics for your statism, it's why they're missing, your nuanced approach that I think was one of the, for us, very obvious initially, very obvious. But there's a certain kind of person who's not paid attention for very long, or maybe they're cherry picking and they're not picking up on the nuanced sauce you put over everything. And they just go, oh, yeah, just statism. And if you were just a statist, yeah, I wouldn't even talk to you. It is the fact that you are a deeply thoughtful theorist that is more important than putting a label on you like that, Benjamin.
The state is a human attempt to solve a problem, and then it creates other problems that we have to figure out how to solve. In this way, it is something which comes into being at a particular point in our development, but then must eventually be transcended and replaced with other forms.
There you go. I'm going to play Swole's message.
The concept of structural messaging to consent is a perfect fit for gender ideology and gender-affirming care.
Swole, you only had one job. You could have done multiple takes, but instead you tripped. I'm just joking.
The concept of structural messaging to consent is a perfect fit for gender ideology and gender-affirming care.
Yeah, and that's what he'd actually said in the chat. So the structural messaging to consent is a perfect fit for a gender ideology and gender-affirming care. I was hoping that in your message, Swole, you would have actually kind of expanded on that a little bit, because I think I can see what you're getting at, which is just kind of like, oh, we can trust children. Oh, but also we can't trust children. There's this big question of agency and consent. And there is this level where something that we're saying we can't trust them on, we're also then go, oh, but we can on this thing though. And so it's like that is actually currently a deadlock, potentially one of the most important ones going on. I know that, Benjamin, you've kind of said when it comes to the whole gender ideology thing, you don't see that as being one of the main things. It's a wedge, kind of, it's not the main thing going on. And I think we'd all agree in terms of the relations of production and the mode of production, but at the level of the duopoly and the actual reasons why people vote or don't vote, the sexualization of children is like a serious concern for like me. I was going to say for everyone I know, but I'm just going to say me. It's like a serious thing. And it actually, every time I see a leftist or a Democrat downplay and dismiss it as a right-wing talking point, I just think that they're losing more credibility by the second, right?
I certainly think it's a factor. We know, I think, from the polling that the cost of living and immigration were the major issues driving Trump voting, but it's certainly a factor. And the number of those other related issues.
Driving Trump voting is not the same kind of measure as what's driving the not voting for Democrats.
Yeah, that's possible. In the issue polling, it doesn't rank very high. And so I'm reluctant to put that much weight on it because people often argue that Israel-Palestine is a quite key issue or an important issue in driving the voting behavior, but the polling doesn't support that as a key driver. I think that really, I do tend to think that the inflation and the cost of living issues are more central to people being dissatisfied with the Democrats and not willing to vote for them. But I do agree that it's a factor. Definitely it contributes.
To me, it seems more advantageous to say that in some kind of way, as long as you can also acknowledge that it is a big issue for a lot of people. But the problem for me that undermines that, what I'm saying would be a good message, is the appeal to statistical realities. I don't believe in those, not very much at all. I don't think journalists or sociologists or political scientists have much credibility when it comes to statistical interpretation or the ability for those to actually be representative of like what we actually have going on the ground, to the point where, I mean, it's almost like I distrust all of that so much. I just have to talk to people. And this is where Mikey came in with, say what you want about statistics. He said this on stream with you, remember? And he didn't say it at you. He wasn't addressing you, but now I'm making it about you
No, it's
because
a fair point. It's just that I know that the kinds of people that I'm likely to talk to in my own life are definitely not representative of the general public. So while there are certainly issues with the statistical models, at least those people are trying to get a representative sample. Whereas I know in my own life, I'm not trying to get a representative sample. I want to hang out and talk with the people I find
yeah,
interesting.
right.
And that
Well,
definitely is not a representative sample.
Well, and his shit is anecdotal, but it's like those kind of anecdotes where it's like, well, is this the exception that proves the rule, or is it the canary in the coal mine? Because when he says that his best friend, who's been a lifelong Democrat and is a black man living in L.A., but he, comes from Raytown, Missouri, and they've known each other their whole lives, right? When that man says, you're gonna hate me, man, and I'm afraid of your reaction, but the fact is I voted for Trump this time around because I'm just so over this gender ideology bullshit, man. What are they trying to do to our kids? I fucking hate the right wingers. I hate Republicans, but I just want to stick it to Democrats right now. It's like that anecdote is more, it's like that's not something we were fed from right wing media. It's not something we were fed from the Daily Wire. It's not, this has nothing to do with Prager. To be fair, this friend could be downstream from those media sources, and this could be all just some Koch brother funded whatever. Maybe it's Peter Thiel behind this, but that's a powerful thing. And then his other best friend, their school was going through this crisis in Colorado, where and this is his best friend, lifelong best friend, not some story you find on the internet. His lifelong best friend, someone he loves deeply and references all the time in personal conversations, was talking about how like the school has absolutely lost it with the teacher, the parent teacher conference, because a child was trying to have everyone refer to their self as a dog and was trying to eat out of a bowl on the floor of the cafeteria and wanted everyone to pet and refer to them as whatever their dog name was, and they had a little tail and ears. And this was like 2 or 3 years ago. Like at the same time that people were saying, "Oh, this is not a slippery slope. That's a conservative talking point." And it's just like all these things do is like, to me, forever change how I think about this sort of, oh, that's a right-wing talking point. It's just the slippery slope argument is a fallacy. And it's like, well, why are we here then? I couldn't have possibly imagined that we would be here where that's a real thing that a real friend is saying about his real friend. I couldn't have possibly imagined it 6 years ago, maybe 5 years ago, 4 years ago. We're okay. By the time we're at 2020 and no clapping we've already digested no clapping, and now Dr. Adolf Reed is canceled from the DSA. At that point, I could believe anything, but not in 2016, not in 2009.
That's a fair point. I certainly think it's probably one of the maybe 5 most important issues in terms of affecting how people voted. I wouldn't put it in the top 2. It could be as high as maybe 3rd. I would probably put, so you've got cost of living, inflation, you've got immigration, and then I think you have foreign policy, and then you've got woke stuff, which would be both gender ideology concerns and then also stuff to do with race. I think all of those things are probably, that would be maybe 5 different things that would be the most significant. I'm not exactly sure what would come after cost of living and immigration, but I think those would be top 2. And then there would be a second set of things, one step down from that would be of significant importance, but not quite as much importance as those top 2 things.
Are people likely to give honest answers on these things? Isn't a person more likely to say that the thing that they care the most about is the thing that they actually hope someone will do something about, but that they're not likely to say something about the thing that's extremely controversial?
It's possible, but then once we do this, we're just guessing based on anecdotal experience. So insofar as there's any value to trying to research these questions, I give some weight to it, because otherwise all I've got is my anecdotal experience, the people I've talked to, the people who live near me that are part of my social circles.
What, Nance?
I was just gonna, yeah. Insofar as there's any value,
Okay.
that does a lot of work, and I think my position is I don't believe there's much value at all in putting stock in these questions. Because even if we figured out the answers to these questions, what could we do to solve them? I think it might pay off more to kind of figure out a mechanism for doing something about the problems rather than looking for solutions. Because I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, I think focusing heavily on these studies and these statistics and these reasons, um, there's no reason for it. There is no reason for it.
Well, we're diagnosing. We're in the last 2 years at TU. We've been in the role of critically suspending what we think and then trying to like diagnose and counter certain things by assuming certain things strategically and post. We live in the post trust era, not post truth. People might treat it like post truth, but we've in how we've diagnosed it, we talk about it as the post trust era, and that is merely a symptom of the post class fractured mass. And then we could talk about what the post class fractured mass is itself a symptom of, and that is obviously the much more interesting question, because if your parents are worried about their kid going to school, like we're talking about the horizon of possibilities. But of course, what sets the parameters on that horizon of possibilities? It is the relations of production and how those are being mediated. And then why are they being mediated the way they are? Well, they ultimately are mediated the way they are because the mode of production needs to remain the same, right? I think that and now we're back at a materialist sort of analysis, right?
Yeah. This point about the post-class fractured mass is important. It's precisely because I really buy the post-class fractured mass view that I am hesitant to trust my own, immediate surveying. And that's why I look at this stuff as an outside perspective, something external to me, and also something that's external to the attention economy, right? Because there will be a lot of media personalities who will talk up whatever it is that they think resonates with their audience as the important factors. And I don't want to just take it from them, because their commercial interests might have nothing at all to do with tracking what is actually important to people. So those studies, while I do agree there's all sorts of issues with quantitative social science, I think that they can at least give you an opportunity to reflect on your own instincts. You might look at one of those studies and go, nah, I don't buy it. I think I'm right and the study is wrong. But by looking at the study, you have an opportunity to question whether you are in touch, and to think about that and ask yourself, if a different issue comes up that you wouldn't have thought of on the study, oh, why is it that that's coming up? For instance, when we were talking about what's likely to be in the week, you mentioned 3 different issues, each of which is, quite interesting, right? But it's also interesting to see what are the main stories in the week.
Right.
What is it that the, crusty old people at the establishment newspapers take to be the 3 stories, right?
Right.
And their leadoff is this serious story, which didn't appear in your original 3. But when I mentioned
No.
it, you went, oh, we probably should talk about that. So sometimes having this external thing gives you an opportunity to question what you've immediately picked up from your environment.
Right.
Interestingly enough, the Mangione story did come up on the second page, suspect in CEO murder raged against parasites, and in the controversy of the week, a CEO's murder and an explosion of rage. The UFO story is just one of half a dozen little stories in the US at a glance section. It didn't even make it into controversies of the into the talking points or the controversy of the week. It had a very small role to play, right? And then the story about the woman who had sex with the very large number of people was completely kept out of the week, probably due to concerns about decency and young people potentially encountering it.
Which, by the way, there were comments of people talking about having found stashes of porn. I like the one person who said, I found at the age of like 6 or 7, he and his buddies found a whole stash, like a whole box of porn, like right down the, like right across the field from where they were building their tree fort. And so, and then Mikey, Nance, and I were all having conversations like that too about times that we found stuff like that. And so it's like this stuff existed before the internet. This is not just a smartphone issue.
But it wasn't celebrated. It wasn't fucking publicly celebrated. And I'm sorry, dude. There are people that publicly celebrate this shit. I have kids that fucking go to high schools. This shit is celebrated. And that's wrong. Yes, we know it happens. Yes, we know it could even be normal and it could even be healthy and part of a healthy development, but it was always transgressive. It was always this thing where it was like, you're doing the wrong thing, you got to act right. Like now it's just like, yeah, fuck acting right. There's no such thing as acting right. Let's all just fucking go, 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 go. And that's broken. And that causes us to develop into broken things. Like that is where the problem lies. It's not
There's
the
a
content.
denial.
Yes.
There's a denial of the distinction between necessary and unnecessary desires. And of course, we should negotiate the line and discuss where the line is and where it might be moving. And it might very well be moving. Things that were unnecessary in the past might become necessary going forward and vice versa. But the distinction is just being completely denied, and anything that people desire, they're being invited to identify with and make the whole basis for their identity, their sense of who they are. And that is a problem. And that's the thing that conservatives get right.
True. And Caravaggio, and I would actually say it's that part of every rational human being who hasn't let go of any relation at all to the brake pedals in their life or their society that is called conservative, that is right. Conservatives are always wrong in the same way that liberals are always wrong. I think that everybody who just doubles down on a stupid ideology that cuts out all the other parts of the human spirit are wrong. But there's that conservative part of the human soul that you can't lose touch with, the part that is just literally the brake pedals. And the reason I say it this way is because a huge portion of the population does not identify as a conservative, but has some kind of a conservative aspect, which is just like is this progress? Actually? Right? Like that's what I'm getting at, yeah.
The before you change the norm or the ritual, do make sure you understand what it does. That kind of Burkean sentiment is not completely stupid, unreasonable, or necessarily evil. And I think that one of the problems with the left is that the left has become so opposed and to even that there's no tarrying with norms or practices, and therefore no properly evaluating them. You have to be able to understand the necessity of a practice, right? Why it has come into being, to be able to move on from it in a way which isn't stupid. It's going through these practices and then reaching the point at which we don't need them anymore. We can come out from under them. If there is to be any kind of progress, that's what it would have to look like. But for that to happen, you would have to understand the function of the norm, the function of the habit. And a lot of people are not properly understanding these functions, or they're rushing to frame them as part of massive oppressive frameworks without really doing the work of connecting, or they're making the connection very hastily without paying attention to other possible interpretations of the thing. It all results in much worse thinking and in one-sidedness.
As our residential leftist, I want to know what you think about this. Leslie said, the fact that leftists, or whatever we call ourselves, have to give up on trans people and minorities to achieve political success proves we are living in an imaginary community.
I don't think you have to give up on anybody to achieve success. Maybe you have to think about them as people rather than talking about them as examples of groups. So you might have to give up on the idea that they should be addressed as principally as trans people or principally as examples of minority groups. But that certainly doesn't mean giving up on them.
Yeah, and I would take it back to this distinction I keep making between the canary in the coal mine and the exception that proves the rule. How do you tell the difference between the representative of the group and the token or the Uncle Tom? I'm sorry, you can't get out of this problem. No amount of statistics or PMC academics doing scholarly activism are going to be trustworthy representatives in the post-class fractured mass. It's just not possible.
Well, and there's nothing obviously left-wing about the ontology of groups in the first place. The group ontology comes largely out of liberal centrist political theory. It's not something, and nationalism and various kinds of deeply essentialist, often kind of racist theories. It's not something that necessarily is left-wing in the first place. Now, that doesn't mean that you turn against groups of people, right? It's not about affirming or negating groups. It's about, is this the right way to think about what society is in the first place? Is it helpful for us to think about society in this way? Does it help us help people? Are the people in the groups that we ostensibly care about, are they benefiting from the way that we're talking about them, from the way that we're ontologizing them? I think a lot of people imagine that they benefit people when they think about them as members of groups. But for the longest time, that was something that we questioned. Do you benefit somebody when you treat them as an example of a skin color group? Is that really the appropriate way to address a person that you meet? Will that help them? Should we organize on that basis? Does that result in getting things for people? Are the only programs that we should pursue programs that confer benefits on people on the basis of their skin color or their sexual orientation or their gender? Is that what we are meant to be doing? Who says we're meant to be doing it that way? And why?
Well, I read James Baldwin in college. That's what they're going to say. They read James Baldwin in college and now they know. Or they'll say they watch Black Twitter, right? They remember that? Remember back in the day? They used to call it
Has
Black
it
Twitter.
helped anybody?
Black people Twitter. Ugh.
Yeah, statistically, if you, unfortunately to bring up statistics, but I do think it can be helpful in this instance. Any of the statistics that would be potentially relevant to tracking the outcomes of people in the groups on the basis of their group identity, those statistics are not improving. We have not seen improvements statistically in outcomes for, say, Black Americans during the time period in which this kind of language and ontology has been in use. So that should make us question whether this is really the most effective way to talk about this, not just for the purposes of benefiting Americans or citizens or human beings in general, but for the purposes of benefiting the very people that are taken to be members of these groups.
It's one of these nerves that I feel so strongly about that I can't really talk about it in a level-headed way. Usually. So thank you for doing that because, ever since the age of my earliest memories, I have not appreciated being treated like a category, when I was like 3 years old, it was like, oh, you're a cute kid. Right. But as I grew up, I've found people they don't listen to what I say. They reduce me to a category. So this is, of course, why I love Totality and Infinity, Emmanuel Levinas, kind of challenging that sort of thing. But when I discovered that I was supposedly white, according to, I'm saying that because I always knew I was a white person, but like it means something different to the people who employ that for a political agenda, whether they're white supremacists or whatever, the opposite, I guess. It's just insane. And it's just like, well, I'm not here to perform this little role you want me to perform. So I can't respect a representative of a group who wants to be treated as a representative of a group instead of being heard as a person. Because my entire life, and before I ever discovered these kinds of things, I've just had like this deep disgust with being treated like in this patronizing, infantilizing way that makes all these assumptions based off of a category. And I can't imagine a self-respecting person of color or trans person who would want to be treated that way either, unless they're a fucking grifter or they're going through a weird phase and it's the internet. And so if you're going through a weird phase on the internet, I used to wear lipstick and eyeliner and shit. Like I'm fucking crazy. I get it. And if you're going to go through this, like I am the Moses to my people thing on your YouTube channel, go for it, rock on. But hopefully you'll come out of it and have a conversation with the big boys one day. Put your pants on, sit at the table. And anyway, I don't mean to be callous or crude, but also, like I said, I have very little patience for it. And so thank you for dealing with that comment. Swolitariat said, asking if something really should count as progress is the opposite of what a classical conservative would do. That's a lib/progressive question. A conservative would reject all notions of progress outright. And I just want to say, and I know that, Benjamin, you brought in Burke, but I just want to say, I didn't bring in Burke. I'm just saying there's progressive assumptions or operating assumptions or like predispositions or like the aspect of the human that has the ability to pump the brakes. That gets separated from the gas pedal and then made into an entire identity. And then you can't be a human being outside of performing that identity for the Democrats or Republicans. That is what I mean by gerrymandering Befindlichkeit. And I can do a whole thing on it someday, but that is basically what I mean.
Yes, this is a great point. In my new book, Legitimacy and Liberal Democracies with the Snakes, in my new book, there's a bit where I talk about moods at the end, the conservative mood, the liberal mood. These are moods that we all can be in and that are, of course, part of all of us. We aren't just one of these things or the other. And in part, it's the political coding that forces people into these boxes. And that is one of the things that we're trying to push against a bit on this show. That you can have in helpful ways which ultimately are beneficial to any kind of notion of progress you might have, conservative thoughts, impulses, moments, moods. They might tell you something about how to move forward in a way which is more effective. You won't stay in a conservative mood all the time. Nobody does, including the people who call themselves conservatives. But to be able to go into that mood without accusing yourself of being a bad person for having done it and repressing going into that mood, that's not going to be helpful. The real question is, if I'm feeling that mood, why am I feeling that way? And is there a good reason? Or am I just being reactive? And to actually ask that question, is there a good reason to feel conservative about this, or am I being reactive?
Thank you. And look, there's a lot of other great comments, folks, and stuff that I know would really benefit this line of thought, which is in some ways more important than what's on the agenda, which is why I've kind of kept it focused on all that for this long, because it's worth really focusing on it. Ian, when you watch this is all clippable. The whole thing. I would separate this whole part on canary in coal mine versus exception that proves a rule. That's a thread. I would edit together, ship it and clip it, or clip it and ship it.
Sometimes you shouldn't change a norm or a habit. Sometimes that norm or habit is still appropriate in the context in which you're living, and it would be a mistake to change it. And it would actually threaten and undermine the other things you're trying to do to change it. But to be able to parse this and to look at the context and the specificity, that's where the thinking begins. If you think you can just take one side in this, the side of the past or the status quo and the side of the future, and you just accelerate or you go backwards, this doesn't allow you to tarry with the specificities. There are so many little things in life that we get from the past, most of which we'll never change during our own lifetimes, for good reason. Really, if you want to make an improvement, the task is to figure out which are the things that need improving and that can be improved in your moment. And to do that, you have to understand the moment, the specific moment in which you're living. And that's an incredibly difficult task. And it's one of the things that Theory Underground is specifically interested in, that many, many other people are just not bothering with.
I like to hear that. But also, I think you're right. Now, this is worth touching on really quick. Mandy what her second thing that she said will be a nice tie-in to what we want to say about Luigi Mangione. But of course, I want to get to Syria first. I feel like we live on a planet, actually, and so I want to know what's going on in the world. But really quick, before we we'll bring it back to Luigi later, Mandy, but really quick, you did just say something that's super important and worth talking about, especially in the context of a conversation about statistics and doing empirical research on the ground, surveying people and whatnot. And basically it's this. You said, oh God, I've got to freak some stranger out by starting a convo about gerrymandering Befindlichkeit, LOL. And I said, Mandy, you need to stop worrying about strangers and get to know my work better before you lose any more sleep on this. Read the introduction to Waypoint. I address this. And I don't want anyone to think I'm being rude to her. She's one of my favorite people on this channel. And look, one of the things I love about Mandy is that she has been going to a factory and interviewing workers about time energy over the course of the last year. And she doesn't just ask them about time energy. She asks them about their conception of freedom. She's doing proto-sociology or underground sociology. We have this more rigorous idea coming about called alien anthropology. It has a lot more, like, you couldn't go and do alien anthropology in a way that we would recognize as real research without going through a certain short series of trainings. But the proto-sociology that Mandy's been doing and that Cesar has been doing, and that if you want to think about some of the stuff that I've been doing is that as well, it's important, okay? And this part of the reason why it matters is because we have to learn how to talk to normal people. We have to understand what normal people are like. We also, part of the problem is that normal people don't exist, except that they kind of do. It's just the post-class fractured mass, which is extremely complicated to get at. And so, Mandy, the reason I say the introduction to Waypoint deals with this is because when I wrote Waypoint in 2019, I was 2019 to 2020. When I was writing it, I was having this crisis about I need to do my own theoretical development and focus on that, but I also can't stop trying to tie myself into pretzels in an attempt to communicate with normies. And because I was normie pilled. Based on normie pilled, thanks to Angela Nagel, I was like, yeah, a politics of transgression that alienates regular people's not a way forward, and it's always going to go into right-wing stuff because liberals already won in the 90s. I believed all that, and so I was trying to cater everything I did to this big other normie, the big normie. And it stops me from actually getting through my thoughts. Instead of thinking about something, I'm thinking about how to say it. And that's presupposing I know what needs to be said to those people. I don't know what needs to be said to those people because I don't know the situation. I need to take some time to focus on the situation. And so I gave myself 5 years. I said, if maturity is giving yourself the time necessary to do things, even if you don't have the time. And then I always say, if you don't have time, then you really don't have time to act like you don't have time. Then it stands to reason that I can give myself 5 years to stop worrying about how to communicate with the other and instead just focus on my development. Now, of course, functionally, I never stop thinking about how to communicate with the other, and I'm doing it with you right now. But I have to bend the bow, right? Aristotle talks about bending the bow. Lenin picks it up, and phenomenology develops it as a proper discipline. But the point of bracketing is to bend the bow. That is the whole point. And so what am I trying to bend the bow in? I'm trying to bend the bow in like allowing myself to think. And that's why I'm able to use all of these acronyms that we use and all these shorthands that we use and even just use a German word without any apologies. It's because I'm not in the stage of life or development where I'm trying to reach a large sort of mass audience, which means that, and I want to tie this back into your empirical research, Mandy. The way to do it is you don't talk to a person about gerrymandering Befindlichkeit. You learn about gerrymandering Befindlichkeit, and then you figure out, oh, okay, how do you get the person to talk about that themselves without planting this esoteric concept into their head there in the situation? This is why we've been doing everything with socioanalysis and Bourdieu, is because that's his classification struggle's dilemma. You can't go to the people and say, which class do you belong in? How many classes are there? Which of the two classes are you in? You know, that kind of, that's not going to be science at all. That's, you're taking an intellectual concept, you're putting it into the person you're talking to, instead of finding the kinds of questions that bring out where they're at and what they're working through. And for him, it's always about structural tensions that you want to hone in on. And so I'll finish up my little thing here with just saying, it's the difference between asking a person, what is the role of a teacher versus what do you teach and what are the tensions or conflicts that you run into trying to teach that? Right. So that is the kind of difference that he's getting at.
That's so sharp, Dave. There really is something theurgic about understanding the subjectivity of someone who hasn't had the experiences that you've had and figuring out how to talk to them or give them an experience which causes something to come into their heads that hasn't come in before, but to actually come into their heads, from within their own consciousness, as opposed to you sticking it there. To get somebody to have your thought without you having to give it to them, there is something quite sophisticated about that if you can pull it off. But a lot of people don't really, because that requires not only that you have the thought yourself and that you understand the idea yourself, but that you understand them and you understand where they are. And that's a very difficult thing to do. I think people tend to lose contact with people as their consciousness moves further away.
Let's do a commercial break and come back with the next episode. Closing remarks. There's a lot of threads, a lot of things that we kind of set off to the side. We'll come back to finish the whole thing about, we'll get into Syria and Mangione in the next segment here. But on all the stuff we've talked about so far, any closing remarks?
Well, I appreciate, Dave, the stuff that you bring in to the show, because I would never have thought to talk about some of the stuff that came up today. And you had incredibly interesting things to say about all of it.
Likewise. How about you, Nance?
I don't know. I think the question of norms and rules and structures and these things that are real and they kind of emerged for whatever reason. Like it is true that some things can have some unintended consequences, but it's also true that some of those things are just necessary. And rather than like building a movement on reacting against them, we should be trying to find a way to incorporate them into a healthy way of life, a healthy way of organizing society. I don't know. Some structures are just kind of like adaptive structures. Like they're just necessary. Like it is the case that we are on the planet and we're sharing it with 8 billion other people. There will be conflicts that arise. There will be contradictions that arise. And some of those things will need to be formalized. Some of those things can remain like unspoken, but you're never going to get rid of all of them. You're never going to flatten the earth and create the new earth. And we should all learn to be okay with that. I don't know. I just, but I like the energy. It's like a generosity to kind of everybody. I think I'm in a mood that I might be, it might be a little bit easy for me to snap on some bleeding heart leftoids right now. And I don't want to do that. Like, I think it's good. We should be generous with one another and give each other grace.
Yeah. Just because it's a new moment doesn't mean it's the final moment where you can have absolutely everything the way that you imagine it would like to be. And you are not the final person who has in your head everything the way it eventually ultimately ought to be. All of us are limited in our ability to conceive of what ultimately human life can be by our moments. And for that reason, we should have humility and remember that the generations that come after us will have tasks of their very own.
Thank you, guys. We'll be right back, everybody. Make sure to spam #free Mikey whenever you don't know what to say into the chat. Do it for the algorithm. Do it for Hyperstition. Do it for the institution building project that we're doing. Do it to show the ACP folks over in Infrared's community that we also can spam shit in the chat. #free Mikey. If you don't say it, if you won't say it, then I don't want to have anything to do with you. And also, we've got a poll up. The poll says, what do you know about Syria? The answers are lots, little, and I thought that was a food product. We'll be right back. You free and public work at TU by becoming a patron over at Patreon.
But if you would like to get involved and become a member at Theory Underground so that you can listen to special content that is not accessible to anyone else, or if you go up a subscriber level, actually join in the discussions, or at the top level, have us actually read your work, giving constructive feedback and ultimately paving a way to potentially being a part of what we call the turn, then you'll want to become a subscriber. That's how you will access the ongoing courses and seminars. We've brought together Benjamin Studebaker's experience in political theory and science and philosophy with my critical social theory, phenomenology, existentialism, critique of political economy, critical media theory approach, combined with Michael Downes's fault line theory, the CCRU versus Ljubljana School, or Žižek versus Land. And of course, how he brings those against one another and then transcends them through other thinkers like Baudrillard, who he'll be teaching an intro course to in 2025. All of us are teaching stuff in 2025 that rhymes or argues or goes together. And so the best way to accelerate your development getting into theory right now is to just become a subscriber at TU. Just go to the website, click get involved, and what I'm about to play for you all is a really special moment from our documentary that we're working on, an interview where Benjamin explains why he's supporting Theory Underground and getting involved as a active member here at the core of the teaching team.
Yeah, so the thing that I notice is that a lot of people criticize the university, they criticize the left, they don't build an alternative institution. They will go, the university sucks, but you know what's great? Substack and Patreon and YouTube, and they'll lean into that. But that is a negation, right? You guys don't do that. You guys are interested in sublating the university within the newly emergent media. Or you could frame it the other way, sublating the newly emergent media within the university, right? And so this, of course, will ultimately lead, if you take it where it goes, to a question of institutions and having actual economic, social role possibilities for theorists. This is the critical crisis, which is that there are still some very bright, very well-educated people, but they are not able to replace themselves. And because most of them have university positions, their level of interest in replacing themselves is to some degree compromised.
Yeah.
They don't have to worry that much about themselves. They don't have that much stake in it because they're already set up. However, because you aren't in the underground, you have some potential of being able to actually create an institution or structure which makes it possible for people to do theory in the future. This is something that, as far as I can tell, only you are doing. The thing about freeing Mikey from wage labor, this idea not only that your channel would free you from the Amazon job, but that this could grow in such a way that it could provide spaces for multiple people, and then those multiple people could interact in the way that they would in a monastery or in a university department. This is the revolutionary idea in terms of raising consciousness and making it possible for us to think in such a way that we could return even to the horizons of the tens and talking about things like Medicare for all in a not stupid, not bullshit way, in a serious way. To get to that point, we need to raise our level of ability to think. We need new intellectuals in our generation that are real intellectuals and not people who are running around scared of what the DSA or their university department thinks of them. You have the potential to actually make a real material intervention into not just knowledge production, but in Bildung, into the making of people. Yeah. This is something that we can do. There's a window right now where I am not in the university, and so I have a real reason to think very seriously about, can we do something else? Because I'm annoyed, myself, with the whole process of trying to be in that. And I would like there to be something else, something better. I have all my critiques of it that come in part from being at Cambridge, in part from studying ancient thinkers. We could do something better than it. Not just something that is an imitation or steals some things from it and does the best you can with it, but something that actually is better and that produces the kind of theory that in modernity, how do you make a Hegel? How do you make a Marx? We have to reinvent this. It's no longer possible to do that. We've got to, I think, actually institutionalize in a material way, and this is the sense in which I will uphold the kernel of materialism, actually giving a shit about the structure and what kind of structure is necessary to give rise to a form of life in which this kind of really, really good work can be produced.
Two, one, and we're back, guys. Welcome back. Welcome back. I'm going to hit the record button in a second. I just want to say to the chat, it's good to be here. We just had a great conversation on the back end. It's the kind of thing that actually I think we should probably do a whole episode about. Lizardo, Stalin, Moof, and what's the other?
Laclau and Moof.
Laclau and Moof, and the Rock Hill Tut side of things.
And where does Gores come in? Becky with the good hair.
Becky with the good hair. Yeah. But we'll later. For now, we're going to talk about Mangione for a little bit, and I'm going to click record. So we'll do our proper little introduction here. 3, 2, 1.
Hi, I'm Benjamin Studebaker.
And this is David McCarricker. You're listening to Why Left.
So today on Why Left, we're going to talk a little bit more about the Mangione phenomenon. We're going to talk a bit about Syria, and maybe we'll get to the idea of the monastery too. Dave has got a ton of stuff he wants to share with us about Mangione. And so I'm going to let Dave get to it.
Yeah, we've got Nance here again. This is part 2 of whatever episode we're currently on. I'll have to figure that out later when I'm doing uploads. This is part 2 of that episode. Part 3, we'll be getting into the idea of a monastery. Let me just get the scene set up here. I just realized Nance can't read and scroll while I'm setting up the scene. So I actually need you guys to fill time for a second. So let's for people jumping in on this episode or live stream, they haven't gone back over part 1. You don't have to. You don't have to at all for the next 30 seconds to 60 seconds. Nance or Benjamin, where are we? What have we covered so far?
Well, we talked a bit about the events of the week. Dave brought up some really interesting events that I hadn't thought about very much. In particular, this woman who slept with an enormous number of men. Slept is probably not the right word. It was, I think, more visceral than slept conveys. But we went over that a little bit, and it invited us to talk about social practices and conservatism, and it invited us to get a little bit dialectical about some things. I thought it went pretty well. I liked where it went. We got a few interesting comments and questions from the chat, and we interacted with them in I think a mostly pretty respectful way.
Indeed. And this is actually where I discovered that there's something I'm really looking forward to in your legitimacy book. I'm only a third of the way through so far. And so to know that you get into mood is really useful, because I've been talking about psychological gerrymandering since 2019, but I only started talking about it as gerrymandering Befindlichkeit recently. And the reason I have to do that is because psychology doesn't get to the half of it, right? When we're talking about moods and fundamental predispositions and femininity and masculinity and conservatism and progressive, this is all stuff that I've been trying to write about on the back end for a long time. And so it's very exciting that Benjamin, I see you and Mikey kind of like you're on my dissertation committee or something. And so in that sense, the fact that you've done work on this, that you have thought about this, and that I just discovered that in part 1 of this is, like, to me, actually one of the most exciting developments of the week. So I'm just absolutely stoked to get to that part of your new book.
Well, I don't know if I cover it as well as perhaps I should, but it certainly does come in. And toward the end, in the bit where you get into the bleak, what are you going to do's?
You said that it's in that section?
Yeah, when you get down to, actually, I've got it in front of me. I can tell you
Yeah.
when the moods come up.
Do it.
I can. Yeah, the moods are on page 148 in Despair is a Legitimation Story. Yeah, as part of the section, Despair and Shifting as Two Faces of One Strategy.
If you're excited about Benjamin's new book, spam chat with emojis that say how you feel. All right, now let's get after it. So what I have up on the screen here is a picture of Mangione with a backpack, no shirt, and he's cheesing real hard, and he's with somebody in what looks like a gaming store. And I'm gonna let Nance do the reading here.
Where we at the Wasteland Gaming.
Mm-hmm.
So great to see our friend Luigi Mangione on December 4th, 2024 from 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time at our storefront in Duluth, Georgia. We had a nice long chat about how much he loves being at least 15 or more hours from New York City and how he has never and will never eat at a McDonald's. Thanks for stopping by, Luigi. It was great seeing my friend Luigi Mangione in Tulsa on December 4th, 2024 between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m.
That's
with a
Tulsa.
Photo in front of a Tulsa party, whatever.
He's like doing the hang loose in front of the Christmas tree. How about this one? This was by Carnell Nichols Jr. and it's like very obviously fake. It's like these three black people who are like kind of stunting with him, and his hoodie says, "My name is Luigi." What's the description, Nance?
It was really good catching up with you, Luigi Mangione, on December 4th, 2024 at my party between the hours of 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. in Townsend, Maryland.
Yeah. Are you picking up on a theme so far? This is something Anne told me about. She said, "Are you seeing these memes on Facebook?" And I hadn't seen a damn one of them yet. And so I got on Facebook to message somebody a day later, and the whole timeline was covered with these kinds of memes. This one's from the Wisconsin News Today. What's it say, Nance?
Oh my gosh, an actual news publisher. It was great seeing our friend Luigi Mangione in Milwaukee on December 4th, 2024 at 6:45 a.m. holding that day's newspaper by the big orange thing. And it looks like he's on a construction site or a sculpture.
All right, let's keep going. This one is Sanguesubugabug. I don't know, but it said just wanted to give.
That's a band. That's a hardcore band or a metalcore band.
For real?
Yeah.
Okay, then you got to read it.
Sanguesugabog. Just wanted to give a quick shout out to our friend Luigi, who on December 4th, around 6 a.m., helped us load our trailer and drive with us to play a secret set all the way to Point Arena, California, which is about 2,800 miles from Manhattan. And after staying at the show with us all night, he bought merch from every band except for the hoodies. And when we asked, he just replied, "Two things I hate most in this world are hoodies and 3D printed 9mm." Thank you, Luigi.
So people are very creatively memeing off of the fact that they wish they could give an alibi for Mangione. And this is not trivial in the light of the last conversation or realizations I've had since the last conversation, because Benjamin, I think that you've kind of got me agreeing with you on this situation. but also the just outpouring of creativity and love, and all these people calling him like the people's hero or a folk hero is not the kind of thing, obviously, that we can take lightly. In fact, and this is, what I would just say is, like, if I was in an especially desperate spot and I was very malleable and desperate for some kind of recognition and trying to think I want to make this shitty world a better place, and also I want people to love me, I would be currently downstairs not streaming. I would be planning the next one of these shootings. But I'm not that guy. But I would be if it wasn't for certain things, certain theoretical priors, and certain kinds of experiences that I have. What are you saying, Nance?
No, I just to reiterate, that is it. Like, I don't know, just to speak for myself, like I'm ridiculously privileged to be able to be involved in a project that's meaningful, that's real, that matters. I am the type of guy who would be going all out. I would be on the fucking evening news were it not for access to something that matters. And it's all structural. It's all downstream of my material conditions. Like, and it's real. There are young men and women too, but there's a lot of young men out there right now who are fucking desperate and are living in just a dead end. And I don't know, look at this guy. People say, oh, he's a class traitor. Oh, he's not actually this. Oh, he's not actually that. Like, yeah, it's happening to them too. It's happening to the upper middle class too. Like, our society is fundamentally broken from the top to the bottom. We are desperate. And we're over here arguing about what people look like and what they talk like and what words they use. And we're all desperate and we're all fucking killing each other and ourselves.
Yeah. And well, I want to hit a couple more of these before I kind of lay off. And so what you see up on the screen is just more alibis. This one's especially creative. It's got him working the McDonald's. It says, there must be some mistake, officer. Luigi Mangione was working the drive-thru all morning, December 4th. And it's Burger King.
Yeah.
But of course, the page on Facebook is called Kurger Bing. So it's not a real Burger King endorsement. Mesha Camp, seen Luigi Mangione hiking up the Black Elks Peak on 12/04/24 between the hours of 6 a.m. 6 p.m. He said he needed to greet the Wakinians early this year because the weather been funny. Free Luigi. We got people who are dolling him up, calling him baby girl. We've got the meme from Avengers. No, sorry, that's not Avengers. Is it?
Yeah,
Is
that's
this-
Avengers. That's
Is this
Avengers.
who is this? Who? Brian Thompson's
That's Brian
face
Johnson.
is Brian Thompson. His face is over who in the meme? I don't know. I don't know the characters like that well.
Bad guy.
But is that it's a Thanos, right?
That's the guy with the glove.
Yes. Yeah. So Thanos.
Iron Man stole the glove.
So Thanos is saying claim denied. And then it has like, the character who gets knocked down, but then comes back or whatever, and then does something. I don't know. It's got Mangione coming back. I can't explain this meme because I just am not good enough at Marvel, folks. But CEO
Thanos.
Brian
Kim says
Thompson.
Thanos, yeah.
Brian Thompson. The difference between, so this is CEO Brian Thompson speaking. He says, the difference between the you and me is that I rose to power from the peasant class, whereas you come from the privileged Mandarin class. And Luigi says, true, but there is this similarity. Each of us is a traitor to his class. And then Mangione's looking like an absolute fucking pimp in this photo, and Brian looks like a dork. And then from the populist left page, WWLMD. It's got this great sort of saint kind of art for Luigi. Down here we got Let's Go with Mario walking away from a McDonald's with a can of gasoline, and the McDonald's is being burned down. There's a lot of hatred towards the person who snitched on Mangione. She's not even going to get paid for snitching on him, and she's like the most hated person on the internet right now. So it's like the most justified cancellation in the minds of a lot of people. Democracy in Europe, Melbourne says says as the CEO of the company with the highest rate of denying claims, 30% plus, his individual wealth and success was dependent on denying sick people life-saving care they need to pad the pockets of other rich jerks like himself. And he knew that. So did his family. All right, Benjamin Break. There's a couple more I want to hit on, but I think that one right there especially, there's the love and support and the memeing, but that's just a direct message of they know what they were doing.
Concretizing the abstract. Pinning a structural system, the blame for it on particular individuals or groups. The thing about structures is that they fashion people in their image. So the more sordid and nasty and awful the structure, the worse people it makes, but it's still not their fault that they are made that way. And to put the blame on them misses what is really going on.
Benjamin, every sociology, every woke blue-haired campus person agrees with you, but they still go after people. There's some weird thing where we know that, but at the same time, it somehow always comes back to individuals. And there's part of me wants to argue it should, that we actually need to deliberately and selectively and strategically, in a sort of calculated and mature fashion, scapegoat people. And I think that there's nothing wrong with scapegoating Brian Thompson. I think his face should be dragged through the mud. I think that it's okay. I think that we've all been very sympathetic, and I feel like I just need to bend the bow, be the stick in the mud, and bracket back against you guys. You guys are too mature. We're all too mature at Y Left. Theory Underground's been too mature. Fuck Brian Thompson and his family. Fuck them, dude. I don't give a shit about them. Fuck them. People are dying. I'm serious. This is not a joke. They're not. You can say, oh, well, there's a system of murder, but we don't scapegoat murderers. Yes, we fucking do. You fucking murdered somebody. Fuck you. You can say, oh, it's a system that made the person that way. You're concretizing I don't give a shit. You murdered somebody, right? What Mangione did was not murder. It was class war. And it's the only fucking thing anyone has done this century. You can say, oh, well, it's a system of murder. We shouldn't blame people for being murderers. It's a system of rape. We shouldn't blame people for being rapists. Yeah, I agree. I can be sympathetic. I can be structural. I can do this whole thing where I go, well, I understand what led to Jeffrey Dahmer. We live in the post-class fractured mass, and he didn't have a mom or dad who loved him. Yeah, but also fuck him, though. Fuck him. And I need you to fucking say, fuck this guy.
Oof. Well, I think a lot of people, and not you, Dave, but a lot of people will say that they get this, right? They'll say that they understand that it's a structural problem, but they don't really get it at the level of what Wang Yangming calls the heart mind. It hasn't really entered their way of being and acting in the world.
Mm.
So, yeah, if they're in some kind of formal institutional setting, if they're in an academic seminar and they're asked a question about, responsibilization or what have you, they'll give the politically correct answer, and they'll feel good about themselves for knowing what it is and being able to recite it. But then in a concrete situation, they're not able to actually feel that at the level of affect, to the point where, in my case, I just at no point felt a very strong fuck this or that guy, or yay this or that guy. I mean, some of the memes are very creative and they're kind of funny as just internet memes. I can recognize that. But yeah, I'm at a stage here where I don't get that way about it, because it doesn't seem to help or do any good. And it's just really not where I'm at in terms of how I think at this point. That really is the truth. So, I sympathize with people who are, for various reasons, due to, stultification of time energy, not able to get to the stage of viewing it as a structural problem, or they're able to only get there intermittently. And when they're tired and they're worn down from a long, hard day and they're stressed out and anxious and upset, taking it out on somebody. We all take things out on people from time to time. We all get these reptilian moments where we regress into that kind of blame and shame energy. But it is something that we should try not to do. So if I'm in a position of speaking to people online, at that point, I'm trying to show what being a theorist does for your ability to process an event, right? If you really get time energy and you really become a theorist, then when you encounter an event like this, you are actually able to think about it. Indeed, you don't even get tempted to do the thing that these other people are doing. I don't even feel like I'm drawn toward it in any way. Really, I just don't at this point. It just doesn't happen. And there was a time when I was younger where I would have had a less rigorous approach, maybe, if you go back far enough. But I kind of reached a point when I was in school and it helped me a lot in life. It made me a much kinder person, where I just went, I'm just not going to blame and shame people for stuff.
No, but I get it. I do this too, though.
Wait.
We all do this.
Let me say a little bit more. Sometimes, for reasons, it becomes necessary for the state to put blame on an individual for something to maintain public order. So sometimes the state has to say, we can't just let this person run around murdering people. We have to charge them with a crime and put them in prison, because otherwise they will continue to do this thing, and this thing will produce disorder and cause major social problems. So even though it's not the murderer's fault that the murderer murders, it nonetheless becomes necessary to act as if that were the case for the purposes of achieving a political objective, in this case, the maintenance of public order, or perhaps an appearance of some kind of justice, which is necessary to legitimate a system, right? But even if it's necessary in certain instances for people in power to do things like that, and for states to act that way, it doesn't make it literally the case that it really is that person's fault that they are that way or that they did that thing. So, I think we could have an interesting conversation about, should the things that United Healthcare does be criminal? Should it not be possible legally for United Healthcare to do those things? And what would it mean to make it impossible for United Healthcare to do those things? What would we have to do at the level of the system? Would we have to regulate the healthcare sector? Would we have to make massive interventions, nationalize it, change it in very significant ways? And then what would we have to do politically? How would we have to organize socially to accomplish that, right? If we were really interested in putting a stop to the things that this guy does, then we would go through a series of steps. But if we don't have the energy for that, and we haven't been educated or socialized in such a way that we can embark upon that, then it becomes, fuck that guy. But that's a symptom of the stultification of time energy rather than something we should lean into. I know you know that, Dave. You were putting one on to make me say all that.
I'm still putting one on, and I'm also going terrorist in the chat. But it's because it's not a lie. I'm not acting. It is a literal part of myself that I just tend to keep on a tight leash. And I want to hear what Nance has to say about all this. I bet I could get him to at least say, fuck that guy. And that might make me feel a little bit better. But what I want to do is just kind of say that this liberal, progressive, leftist predisposition towards a certain kind of intellectual performance of having the phallus because you know that you don't have the phallus is exactly what stands behind this, oh, well, you see, I'm above it, or I can be above it, or you see, I am very big brained. And so, it's not really a problem for me. I can kind of see why someone else would feel that way. But you see, I read a lot of books and I'm actually really cool. And I can hang out with the people who wear the fucking Democrat pussy fucking hats. I can hang out with them and they won't kick me out of their tea parties because I have found a way to whisper to them. And it's just fucking grating after a certain point because fuck this guy. But I love you, Benjamin. And that's just, I wanted to let that off the leash because I don't have to be drunk, Mikey, to fucking say it every once in a while. Mikey, love you too, man. I know he's in the chat like memeing about drunk Mikey right now. But Nance, what do you got, man?
Look, man, healthcare. It's a huge issue, and I do think like changing the healthcare system here in the United States would have like a radical impact on. And I'm not even talking about from the level of like allow people to organize and like actually get momentum for the movement. I'm talking about like actual instantiated lives. My fucking life would improve if I had access to healthcare. People I love would be alive if they had access to healthcare. And this whole Luigi thing, like for me, like after the initial, I don't know, sure, there's a bit of catharsis wrapped up in it, and there's some jest, and it's funny, and yeah, I'm a retarded guy, so I make retarded jokes, and there's a little bit of enjoyment wrapped up in it, but it's also painful. It's a painful tension because like, I think healthcare is the one thing I want, or near the top of the list. And I know this isn't gonna get it. But I have also spent weeks at the very, very bottom, not considering mass acts of violence because I don't think I'm predisposed to mass acts of violence, but I've definitely, been close to the edge, right? Whatever that means for you in the chat, I don't want to get into it, but like, yeah, fuck that guy, dude. I'm in fucking pain. Fuck that guy. Fuck his family. But also, I immediately feel gross for saying that. And it's just depressing because it's just going to lead to more state violence, to more state repression, to more young people getting hoodwinked by a radical fucking movement, young people who might potentially become thinkers and theorists and might actually be able to get involved in a structure. Maybe it's Theory Underground, maybe not, but in a fucking structure that can actually make change possible once again, because we're in this fucking stasis of just shit, misery, trauma, tragedy, terror. There is no fucking future for anybody. And dumb bullshit like this hijacks young people and gets them ultimately to throw the brick, to kill the guy, to go to prison, and we get more neoliberalism, we get more police, we get more wars in Iraq, we get more of what we have today, when all any of us wants at the end of the day, even this fucking guy, even Brian fucking Thompson, just wanted to eat and sleep and play with his fucking dog and love his fucking children and fuck his wife. Like even he's a human too, right? He fucking deserves some dignity, but also fuck him.
Jeff Bezos deserves dignity. Fucking, you know what? Like this, that's the nice thing about this act is that we know who this guy is now. I mean, I'm aware that Nance already knew about United Health being the number 4 in the country and all this in terms of or world when it comes to, the biggest, richest, whatever, billionaires. And it's like, I didn't know actually. I've had this plan to do this mapping power project and to follow the money and to go pretty deep with it, but only like once the initial plan at Theory Underground is in place. And, I was showing you guys a little bit of that. We're going over it in our meeting beforehand. It's just like I've bracketed out such questions. And so I don't sit there and pay attention to the brands that aren't already on the radar, like Bezos, Amazon, Musk, Soros, Buffett, Kochs. There's like this basic teal, like you get this whole like little litany of these names. And it's like now I'm like, oh, this motherfucker. It's like, I'm immunized to Bezos. I've worked for him. I ironically thank him all the time for paying me to write books on the toilet and all this shit. And it's like, you know, I don't, because the left hates Musk so much, I like him. I like Musk just out of spite because I hate the left so much right now. Like the American left fucking sucks so much that it's like, yeah, you know what? I can see why people like Musk. And so I end up doing this whole like sympathetic sort of countering thing because I'm just so irritated about how people focus on him instead of these other guys. And so that's one of the coolest things about this Mangione thing is like, no, he didn't go after Musk. He went after one of these guys that's a fucking piece of shit and no one fucking knew his goddamn name or his ugly ass mug. Now we fucking do. And that's why they don't want to show the fucking picture. That's why the whole, I'm going to go up to this one that I wanted to read. It's why the whole media is out here trying to block him. Look at what it says. New York Times has been discouraging reporters from sharing photos of Luigi Mangione, not due to concerns of his safety, but to dissuade sympathy, and refuses to post his alleged manifesto in full. And today they published an opinion by Brett Stevens about how Brian Thompson is the real working class hero of this story. Reddit deleted Luigi's account, which was completely innocuous and consisted mostly of him giving out advice in health subreddits. They're also deleting any post that includes his alleged manifesto and banning users for sharing it. Luigi yelled that this was an insult to the intelligence of the American people. I saw that clip. While he was being dragged by the police, and news pundits are framing it as a deranged and violent outburst. News media are picking apart details of his life to paint him as a cold-blooded and mentally ill individual. Even something as innocent as playing Among Us with friends is being framed as something insidious, as some insidious look into an assassin's disturbed psyche, for fuck's sakes. Now media are also capitalizing on Luigi's supposed bizarre and impossible to understand politics as an obvious way to paint him as a scary individual when the guy is a centrist at most. Whose views are similar to those of your average college-educated white guy? Some dumb fuck in the comment section was like, a centrist wouldn't shoot somebody. And I just wanted to... Anyway, multiple news media also keep harping on about how Luigi comes from a rich family, an obvious attempt to break the class solidarity that's been formed around this case by continuously trying to tell us, oh, he's not like you guys, while ignoring the now pretty well-documented accounts of his multiple health struggles throughout the years. And all this, and he hasn't even been found guilty of the crime he's allegedly committed. Luigi is, as of right now, still innocent until proven guilty, and the news are trying to tear him apart because and I just cut it off because you get the fucking point. And I know, Benjamin, I know you're locked and ready to go for round 2 here. I just want to say, it's not performative, guys. The people I know before I went to college don't have health care. Okay? The people... I think joking about it's just a way of being able to like sit with it. Because otherwise we're going to fucking do something about it. And there's whole like, oh, well, we can't do anything about it. We have to organize. Well, we can't organize, though, is the issue. We tried that. Anybody who's ever tried that knows it's not working. And the person I removed from the chat who was like, oh, I don't think I removed this person. I just called him a retard. The person in the chat who was like, oh, I thought this channel was anti-left. If you fucking think that giving a shit about healthcare is a fucking leftist issue, fuck you from the bottom of my heart, you idiot. fuck you, dude. That's just the dumbest fucking shit I've ever seen in chat. Fuck you. That is not a fucking leftist issue. Leftists have done everything they can to lose any legitimacy for any possibility of social change. Everything that is wrong with social change in this country comes down to leftists, not conservatives, not right-wingers. It's leftists. Fuck the left. They do not have a monopoly on healthcare issues. This is not a fucking left versus right issue. It's just not. There's not a political movement or program or theory or solution on the table. And nobody has a monopoly on that. And this is an issue that affects everybody. So, yeah. It's not a fucking leftist issue. And Rachel Haywire, she's talking about that. She's a right winger, or she doesn't like to be called that because she just voted for Trump, but she's not a right winger, whatever. I don't know. I don't fucking know. She's part of the whole thing on Substack. And she was talking about this, and she was talking about how the manifesto was too mid. Look, I'll show you this. Now, look, what I love about Rachel is that she's out here saying this is not a left or right issue. I think I've seen her say shit like that, and that's great. And you know, she takes it in some weird direction that where she's calling the current healthcare system socialist. It's like a very libertarian kind of thing, right? Libertarians want to think that the issue right now is just health insurance exists because government, and if we could just fucking get rid of government in this area, well, then we'd all have cheaper access. So she's kind of libertarian pilled on this, and that's a whole thing we could get into. But there's another take she brought in, which was about how she thinks that that Mangione's manifesto was, I'll just read it. She says, this is in response to someone else. She said, I was initially excited about the potential to break up the health insurance racket, yet his manifesto turned out to be mid. The love spell is over, blah, blah, blah. And she goes into this whole thing about how she's made other posts saying that someone else should have written the manifesto. And I just want to say, dude, this actually like gets under my skin in this other way. I just think it couldn't be more wrong, but I need a break, obviously. And so I'm going to let Nance read this before we have Benjamin come back in.
Anyone who thinks Ted's manifesto is more high IQ and radical is missing the point. The genius and meme value of the Mangione manifesto is in its simplicity and how accessible it is to normal Americans. It leaves more to the imagination and interpretation of people from a ton of different walks of life. It got the job done and even gave people some extra direction if they want to go deeper down the rabbit hole. If someone else wrote it for him, it would have made this less of an act. And if he wrote some big brainy screed that could make the communitariat happy, it would have made him less lovable to everyone else. Also, the Unabomber manifesto is proof that high IQ is not a sufficient condition for doing the kind of theory that guy thought he was doing.
Okay, but the last thing I want to say is I am based in Studebaker pilled on this, and that's because not only am I thinking it will lead to nothing in a sort of sense, it's pseudo-activity in a sort of sense, all this memeing of him is pseudo-activity. No, but here's the bigger issue. They already call Nina Power a fascist. They already call Zizek a fascist. We've had people call Benjamin a fascist. We have people call me a neo-Hitlerian. Why? Because we say sex is real, or at least it should be okay to talk to people who say that. Because Antifa-brained fucking people right now, they're just like, there's like this sort of mind melt. And there's a bunch of people involved, and they're just focused on like bread and butter kinds of issues, mutual aid, direct action in a sort of like sensible way. And I've met people like that. But those people don't know how to draw a line in the sand and keep out those motherfuckers who can't tell the difference between having a slightly conservative take on something and being a fucking fascist. And because they can't do that, Antifa's literally dangerous. They're literally dangerous. And so are the fucking Proud Boys. And these are the two worst sides of the American spirit being highlighted by the duopoly that wants both sides to look rational in respect, in reference to these two fucking sides of these, Portland street fights that we see. But here's the thing, I was just saying it. If I was if I was younger, if I didn't see a way forward, and if I didn't have certain experiences and theoretical priors, this would be me. And I'm just saying, like, the ante is being upped here, and people are seeing some sort of symbolic capital, some sort of sign value, some sort of recognition, some sort of honor, some sort of prestige. You get the point. People are seeing this opportunity on the horizon of possibility, and my concern is not that people are going to start shooting billionaires more. No, I think they're going to start shooting people like Nina Power. I think they're going to start shooting people like us. I think that because they are too functionally illiterate, structurally stultified, and duopolized in order to actually think about like what's going on. And so, yeah, at the end of the day, I do think that all we can do is theory, and that it's not all we can do. It's the most important thing, because we have to find a new way to do something about these kinds of issues. And this part of me that's coming out right now is just this part of me that it's always there. I just spend a lot of time bracketing it, because at the end of the day, it's just like, well, what am I going to do? Fucking shoot somebody, call them names? Like what? What am I going to do? Spend the whole rest of my life doing a circle jerk over at the DSA so we can all fucking feel like we've got to figure it out? Fuck off. There's nothing there. There's nothing there. There's nothing for any of us. And that's why this next part of this stream today is going to get into what must be done. But we'll close out this episode with you, Benjamin.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Dave. Healthcare is, of course, the issue that I consider the most important. It's the issue that motivated and drove a lot of my political activity in the 10s. And everything Dave says about how these people under the banner of the left ruined it, blocked it, gutted it, fucked it in various ways. And they had their reasons. They're products of systems too, and it's not their fault. And yet it was incredibly, incredibly frustrating how much they mangled everything we tried to do, and what a joke they turned organizing and politics into, what they reduced it to. I do have some emotion here but the emotion that's strongest for me is pity. I just feel so much pity for this guy, that he was pushed to the point of doing this, and that he's now going to be this poster child. I feel pity for the guy who got shot, who was just following the incentives that his society and his state laid out for him, just doing exactly what he was told from the moment he was frickin' born. That's how you become a CEO of a company like that. You don't question any of the logic. You do exactly what everybody tells you to do. And what happens? You get the blame for the system that made you. Yeah, it's an incredibly difficult situation, but I think that Dave's response, the Theory Underground response, our response is the theoretically correct response, which is we're not going to be able to figure out how to act better until we can figure out how to think better. And that means we have got to create the possibilities for theory. We have to create possibilities for understanding the moment and what it actually concretely requires. Because when we don't have an understanding of what's going on, then we end up doing stuff that doesn't work, doing stuff that's counterproductive. And I think Dave's absolutely right that there are very likely going to be copycat killers who think that they will get fame and recognition by doing stuff like this. And many of these people will not target healthcare executives. We saw when we started trying to organize to challenge the establishment that very quickly a lot of other people hopped on who had goals that were very different from ours, who took up our tactics and strategies and movements to divert them into stuff that looked stupid to most people, that looked ridiculous to most people. And the effect of this was to get what we were doing tied to all this stupid stuff. We were doing healthcare, and they tied healthcare somehow to having a very particular position with regard to sex and gender, having a very particular position with regard to race, having a very particular position with regard to everything under the sun culturally. And because they did that, we came to appear to the bulk of the American people as unhinged, unreasonable, unreliable, kooky, crazy people. And the same thing's going to happen here, except now people are going to be killed as part of it. People are going to take this up, and they're going to use it to try to push their stupid narratives with regard to race and gender and all this other bullshit, nationality. Because at this point, a lot of people on the left are just nationalists, just civilizationists. They're not even trying to couch it in groups or in anything else. It's just going to keep going. So we can follow the news and get upset by it, or we can try to think. And Theory Underground is about trying to think and making it possible to think.
Thank you, everybody, for this. I haven't been able to engage with the chat as much, obviously, for this episode. This is also the shortest episode in the history of this podcast, but I need to step away for a second, and I think I'm going to smoke a cigarette. I don't normally smoke, but, every once in a while. I just need to fucking chill for a second, and we'll be right back to read one of my favorite pieces in the world, and it's going to be my favorite narrator in the world reading it, and I'm really excited about that. And in the meantime, folks, don't go kill anybody. We'll be right back. You can support the free and public work at TU by becoming a patron over at Patreon.
But if you would like to get involved and become a member at Theory Underground so that you can listen to special content that is not accessible to anyone else, or if you go up a subscriber level, actually join in the discussions, or at the top level, have us actually read your work, giving constructive feedback and ultimately paving a way to potentially being a part of what we call the turn, then you'll want to become a subscriber. That's how you will access the ongoing courses and seminars. We've brought together Benjamin Studebaker's experience in political theory and science and philosophy with my critical social theory, phenomenology, existentialism, critique of political economy, critical media theory approach, combined with Michael Downes's fault line theory, the CCRU versus Ljubljana school, or Žižek versus Land. And of course, how he brings those against one another and then transcends them through other thinkers like Baudrillard, who he'll be teaching an intro course to in 2025. All of us are teaching stuff in 2025 that rhymes or argues or goes together. And so the best way to accelerate your development getting into theory right now is to just become a subscriber at TU. Just go to the website, click get involved, and look, what I'm about to play for you all is a really special moment from our documentary that we're working on, an interview where Benjamin explains why he's supporting Theory Underground and getting involved as a active member here at the core of the teaching team.
Yeah, so the thing that I notice is that a lot of people criticize the university, they criticize the left, they don't build an alternative institution. They will go, the university sucks, but you know what's great? Substack and Patreon and YouTube, and they'll lean into that. But that is a negation, right? You guys don't do that. You guys are interested in sublating the university within the newly emergent media. Or you could frame it the other way, sublating the newly emergent media within the university, right? And so this, of course, will ultimately lead, if you take it where it goes, to a question of institutions and having actual economic, social role possibilities for theorists. This is the critical crisis, which is that there are still some very bright, very well-educated people, but they are not able to replace themselves. And because most of them have university positions, their level of interest in replacing themselves is to some degree compromised.
Yeah.
They don't have to worry that much about themselves. They don't have that much stake in it because they're already set up. However, because you aren't in the underground, you have some potential of being able to actually create an institution or structure which makes it possible for people to do theory in the future. This is something that, as far as I can tell, only you are doing. The thing about freeing Mikey from wage labor
This idea not only that your channel would free you from the Amazon job, but that this could grow in such a way that it could provide spaces for multiple people. And then those multiple people could interact in the way that they would in a monastery or in a university department. This is the revolutionary idea in terms of raising consciousness and making it possible for us to think in such a way that we could return even to the horizons of the tens and talking about things like Medicare for all in a not stupid, not bullshit way, in a serious way. To get to that point, we need to raise our level of ability to think. We need new intellectuals in our generation that are real intellectuals and not people who are running around scared of what the DSA or their university department thinks of them. You have the potential to actually make a real material intervention into not just knowledge production, but in Bildung, into the making of people. Yeah. This is something that we can do. There's a window right now where I am not in the university, and so I have a real reason to think very seriously about, can we do something else? Because I'm annoyed, myself with the whole process of trying to be in that. And I would like there to be something else, something better. I have all my critiques of it that come in part from being at Cambridge, in part from studying ancient thinkers. We could do something better than it. Not just something that is an imitation or steals some things from it and does the best you can with it, but something that actually is better and that produces the kind of theory that in modernity, how do you make a Hegel? How do you make a Marx? We have to reinvent this. It's no longer possible to do that. We've got to, I think, actually institutionalize in a material way, and this is the sense in which I will uphold the kernel of materialism, actually giving a shit about the structure and what kind of structure is necessary to give rise to a form of life in which this kind of really, really good work can be produced.
Welcome back, everybody, to Why Left. For those just popping in on the thing, just go back and watch. You can play forward at 1.5 speed if you want to catch up, or if you don't care, we're about to get into a whole different thing. There, while I was smoking the cigarette, I got to listen to Nance and Benjamin on my headphones just having a conversation, and it was kind of the aftercare that I kind of think you all could have also benefited from. And so I don't want to just immediately speed forward, but I just want to say thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. I feel like, when these sort of Jungian pilled little new ager psychedelic dabble bros talk about the shadow self, there's always like a little something there, and it's just like, look, there's a fucking as Nietzsche would say it, there's a fucking dog in the kennel gnawing at the bars. There's the hounds in the cellar, and they need to get let out somehow. And I used to have a lot of outlets for that, and I've sublated all of it into my efforts here at Theory Underground. And most of the fucking tone or edge that can come from me sometimes, it surfaces on this or that. And that's always just not what's going on. What's going on is that there's this fucking burnt out and seething side of me that is not mad at anybody. It's not mad at Brian Thompson, or it's not mad at any human being, because I've like I said, experiences and theoretical priors, without those, but for the grace of that go I, it's like, so I'm look, I mean, there's a lot of support from the chat. People are like, they feel it too, blah, blah, blah. And so it's like, I don't feel like, oh, I made a scene or something. No, it's like, it's a real thing. We can't talk. I didn't expect actually anything like what we were going to get into, that we got into, to actually come up the way it did. It's just, it is what it is. No regrets. I want the philosophy people who aren't into politics, who are a part of the audience here, to know that they're always welcome, and that the people who don't take something like Medicare for All seriously, to know they're cool. And like, I get it. I get that you don't see a hope in any of that shit either. And shout out to, I'll use an example of one of our never was a leftist, never bought into the Lucio of any of that kind of person. I want to shout out Matthew Stanley, as one of the members at TU who does his own thing. Subscribe to him on Substack, blah, blah, blah. Well, one of the things that he said to sort of challenge Benjamin was that a thing like Medicare for All, what it does is it actually it bails out these failing fucking bureaucracies in a sort of sense. It actually helps entrench them. And it's the same as like free college. Fuck free college, man. Fuck free college. I think we should do a whole episode on that. I feel that to my bones. Fuck free college. That was like, I think Bernie lost it by trying to be Santa Claus, who's here to give everybody what they want. And the thing is free college might as well be, oh, let's replace universal basic income with a particularist basic income. Well, we'll do only black people in Oakland get a stimulus. But if you were a Mexican or a white person in Oakland during 2020, you're shit out of luck, hombre. Or hombre. And it's like, well, I want to say I get it. I'm not convinced that any of the things that we were advocating for from 2016 through 2020 was the solution. And part of the issues, like, after 2020, I really spent a lot of time saying, well, if the left is so fucked, then like, well, what's going on? And I started reading a lot more seriously some of these other people who were never left. And some of this stuff, like the libertarians have a point. I'm not saying that like it would be right to just completely deregulate and just abolish the insurance companies and then, oh, look, everything will be cheaper and now we'll all be happy. I'm not a solutionist in this sort of way, right? And I think Nance for always kind of bringing it back to that. It's this solutionism is cope that stops us from actually tarrying with the questions and the things that we need to be focusing on, which is sort of tarrying with that negativity. And kind of what I'm getting at is that like that negativity, we talk about tarrying with it, but I don't typically tarry with this part of it, that sort of the hounds in the cellar, the shadow self, that the part of me that was so burnt and angry. Like the last time and the only time I've ever been that emotional on the internet was the week of Super Tuesday. And it was in 2020. And I didn't know how it was going to go, but I could see so much of the discourse was just kind of drifting in this particularist direction. The plot was getting lost, and I'd put so much effort into it. I remember doing some kind of like a road rant. I used to do roadside rants, like when I didn't have the energy to do like a real production. And so I just like walk along and record myself selfie video style. And I just talked about why healthcare matters. And that was the most sort of, the most emotional I've felt. And then when Super Tuesday happened, it was just like fucking done, dude. And I was living with like these anarcho-communist, primitivist, third worldists who see everything as settlers and couldn't stop referring to me as a white person and couldn't take anything I was saying seriously. And I was living with them and I was just like, and then I watched them say that the fucking BLM reaction to George Floyd, this is the revolution. Chaz is the revolution. Looting is the solution. And then all the people that I was associating with back on left Twitch started going down that rabbit hole when they weren't fucking canceling somebody for talking about transhumanism. And I was just like, oh my God, guys, where am I? What am I doing? This is insane. Like none of you, like all these people I thought we were like working towards something, and they were all just doing this sort of like farcical echo of like this old new left shit that actually had a point when it happened, but maybe, but it makes no sense now. Makes no sense here. And so, in a lot of ways, it's just like, yeah, I bottomed out and worked through it, but I didn't work through it. And people be like, oh, you need therapy. No, I need healthcare. And guess what? I don't need to be gaslit by some fucking PMC shill who thinks that stream of consciousing on a couch is going to fucking get us out of this situation. And no, I'm not going to fucking sit around and like do that. No, we have to get to work. We have to actually do something. And so I haven't even started the episode yet. And it's like, well, this actually probably belongs at the end of the last episode or at the beginning of this episode. I'm not really sure. I'll have to figure out how we're clipping it together. But for now, I just want to say that I appreciate you guys and everything you were saying while I was downstairs, and that in a sort of way, Why I Left brings in all of the stuff that I bracketed out, which is like practical politics and everyday news cycle and solutionism and engaging. And I just can't stand the sort of like, like the people we get confused with, all the podcasts we get lumped up with and confused with. I can't stand any of that shit because it's just like, no, there is no we here. There is no we've figured it out. We have the solutions. There is no real thing that we could tell people to go do practically. That's how I feel a lot of the time. And in a sort of sense, this whole thing is kind of an opportunity for us to work through it. Not just for me. Benjamin burnt out in 2022 on Super Tuesday. Nance, I know something happened. What did I say?
2022.
Oh, yeah, 2020. So yeah, thanks guys. Anything we want to say before we actually do kind of kick it off for the next one?
I would just say that I still stick by Medicare for All and would defend it against Jason Stanley or anybody else who would say that it's not the thing to do. It's a whole different kind of policy when you're trying to do it when the healthcare sector is 17% of GDP and your goal is to shrink the sector so it doesn't waste a ton. In these other countries that have done it, they started it off when healthcare was 5% and then used the system to grow the sector to something like 10. Whereas we would be doing something totally different. We would be taking a sector that is wasting an enormous amount of wealth in the richest state that's ever existed on planet Earth. And we would be overcoming that sector's structural power for the purposes of weakening it, shrinking it, and returning the wealth that it wastes and burns to people so that they can do other things with it apart from waste it on the healthcare bureaucracy. And even tuition-free college, I would defend if we would properly examine the students and only give them places if they're actually able to do it. The trouble is, tuition-free college usually just means let everybody in and lower the standards so that just anybody can do it. And then that turns it into high school part 2. It's not college anymore at that point. So it's got to be tuition-free college. It has to be college, and that has to still mean something. But yeah, outside of, wanting to emphasize, I still care about those issues and even the policies. Still, I vibe very much with where you're coming from, Dave, and I admire your courage to get emotional about it in front of the people, and let them see that side of it.
Yeah, thank you. Well, it wasn't courageous. It wasn't planned. It was not thought through. But thank you.
Well, you could have repressed it. You could have repressed it, and you didn't. And I do think there was something valuable about those feelings. I do think people need to see sometimes that we care. And as much as theorists, we, as you said, and I think quite rightly, intellectualize and try to put ourselves above stuff so that we don't have to experience it so directly. We care a lot. That's why we commit to thinking about this stuff as much as we do. And it is extraordinarily painful stuff to think about all the time. Political theory, politics, states, violence, brutal shit all the time that I have to think about. Why does it happen? How does it happen? What do you have to do to make it stop? It requires certain psychological mechanisms to be able to continue thinking about it for a long period of time without it causing a major problem in your life. It's why I warn people about reading my stuff, because it is bleak and dark and hard to take. And I do have, as you pointed out, a number of strategies for being able to continue thinking about it without falling apart. And one of them is trying to put myself above it. That's true. You were right to say that.
I didn't want that to be about you, man. I wanted that to be about the way that this thing that we do, because it's not just you, it's just like this thing we do where and I want people to know, it's like when we say structure, and it's always sort of like now in the shadow of Michael Brooks, because he passed in 2020, right? And he was really, really on that, be ruthless to structures and what's the other part
Compassionate
of
with
it?
people or whatever.
Yeah, compassionate to people, ruthless with structures, and I'll always really liked that. And but when we say structure, like I feel like there's like this thing where you'll see people when they're supposedly anti-racist work, they'll say structure this, structure that, and it's gotten to the point where like every normie lib at the coffee shop is talking about structures. But it's like, yeah, but when we say it, it's got that bite behind it, because it's like, well, we're either going to do something about the structure, or it really is going to come down to this, which is like and I mean, the part of us that is more intelligent and mature or whatever is just this part that says, well, yeah, the random acts of violence and just reacting and screaming in the street is not going to do it. But it is theory, but also there's stakes here. There's some real stakes here, for us.
Yeah.
And so that's why I said for these philosophy people who are here who never really got into any of this, so it feels less relatable. I'm just bringing it back to that. There's a lot of philosophy and theory content on the internet, and it never has that bite to it. Right? It's like the violin intro version of philosophy, where it's just like, yes, let's think about ideas, guys, and it is going nowhere, and it's based in nothing, and no, like this is the place where it matters, and it matters for us because of these kinds of reasons. So.
Yeah, this is because we think about the conditions of possibility for thought. And when you think about the conditions for possibility for thought, then you have to think about not just ideas, but how to realize ideas in the world. So this compels you to be theurgic. It compels you to return to matter and the way things are actually arranged. And people, if they don't have health care and they have to work some kind of stupid job to be able to get health insurance, or they have to be married to somebody who works some stupid job to be able to get health insurance, that is a huge impediment to thinking. Worrying about healthcare, worrying about medical debt or not being insured or being underinsured, it's a huge impediment to thinking. So I'm sorry for the people out there who think that they can approach philosophy without thinking about the political stuff. This is a way of turning your mind off to a huge amount of what's going on. It's a way of ignoring the very possibility by which you think, which is this material, social, and political world. This is why theorists like Plato are so contemptuous of those who wish to ignore politics, because you can't have a Socrates without Athens, and you also don't kill a Socrates without an Athens. So it's incredibly hard to make social worlds and political worlds where thinking is possible, and to sustain that possibility across time. Even within one person's lifespan, you can have this incredible possibility, and it can be destroyed in the blink of an eye if you're not careful, if you don't think about the actual world around you and what it does to people, what it does to you. If it's just ideas, it's not theory to me. I'm a political theorist and not just a philosopher or a historian for that reason.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. So let's start the next one.
Okay. Hi, I'm Benjamin Studebaker.
Oh, hold on. I got to click record. All right.
Oh.
Sorry. I'll do the thing.
Hi, I'm Benjamin Studebaker.
And this is David McCarricker with Why Left.
So today on Why Left, we're going to talk about a piece that I wrote in part because Dave inspired me. He asked me to, at the Theory Underground conference, present a number of different pieces, one of which might be on what I have to say about monasteries. And some of the videos that I've done before with TU, before I became so integral, I had mentioned or talked about monasteries. And so Dave said, why don't you properly explore that instead of just bringing it up in the middle of these streams, without a whole lot of context? And I said, all right, I'll go and do that. Dave wasn't that mean about it. I'm just self-criticizing and using Dave as a vector for doing that. But we're gonna go over it because these guys apparently like it so much that they want to read it to you, which I am very complimented by, and I would never have insisted upon myself.
Yeah, to be clear, it was not Benjamin's idea to read his piece on the internet. Just don't get that shit twisted, YouTube.
It never even occurred to me that could be some way that people take this. But yeah, no. And I do want to say there are several pieces in this series of Theorizing the Underground that we want to do this with on Why Left. This is one by Benjamin. There are others by myself, by Nance, etc. There are others who submitted to the volume, which is canceled because we're actually turning that anthology into a proper book, and it requires extra work to make it into what I would call like a real book. And so, but that's a whole sort of sideshow conversation. What we're coming out of is parts 1 and 2 of the episode, and on the stream, we got into all kinds of stuff. The last one was on Mangione and the memes, and shit got real, and it was great. I'll be thinking about it a lot, and I think a lot of you will be as well. But there's also a lot of folks who kind of just came into the chat, a lot of people who are just coming into this episode on Spotify as a standalone. And so, yeah, you don't have to go into all of that, though it will, I think, provide a little context for where we're coming from. And so the survey, the poll that I put onto the audience earlier, I think it got like something like 115 responses or something. Like it's actually a lot. Like, where is it? I can't find the results of it. It says, what do you know about Syria? And then 65% of the audience said little, 24% said lots, and 10% said, I thought that was a food product. Thank you to the 110 people who voted on it. I'm going to promise you all we'll come back and talk about Syria and other countries in that region. And look, we can't talk about any one of those countries without talking about history and the tensions between these different countries and ideologies and actions and stuff that it opens up so much that it deserves its own episode. And so even though we were going to just touch on it, no, we're going to just for now bookmark that for a different episode. And we're going to get into because the Mangione thing went bigger in a different direction than we thought. So, we'll just save that for later. Does that sound all right to you guys?
Sounds good to me.
Cool. Yeah. And then I'm going to pull up the doc here for Nance to read from and set up our new layout. There we go. And let's get it together, guys. I'm really excited to do this because the new poll that I have in the chat is, do you know what the main 5 concepts / problems / questions at TU are? And the reason I just asked that is because we've got all these people giving us advice right now. And it's become a new favorite theme of mine, pointing out when people are giving us advice, which, there's this thing about unsolicited advice that assumes that you understand the person you're giving it to and what they're up to. You're assuming you know what their fundamental problems, questions, concerns actually are. You're assuming you know like how they conceptualize things, and then you think that you can communicate with them through language. But if you don't understand those things, in a lot of cases, you actually don't know. And so, but at a certain kind of level, average everyday discourse, it's fine if you don't know. And it's okay because people talk about the weather and then they dunk on this or that thing that is okay to dunk on within a certain context. And so, you know, people come through with this sort of attitude of like, oh yeah, well, you guys should have this person on, and oh, you should read this, and oh, you should do that, and you should do this. And the reason I'm saying, do you know what the main 5 concepts / problem / question at TU are, is until you do, maybe you should stop and just try to fucking figure out what's going on here. Because all these ACP people in the chat saying we should do this and that and have on Midwestern Marks people and do this and that with Haas. Yeah, Haas is a cool guy, man. I pay full tribute to him. You know, I understand, like, if you're part of the digital horde and he's your Mongol overlord, like, I get it. But also, I just want to say, like, there's a reason he shows up and engages with us the way that he does. And so if you're one of his fans, like, remember, like, we're all getting to know each other still. And I don't think he could say what the main concepts, problems, and questions at TU are. And I'm not saying he has to. And I'm not saying you have to. But before we get into let's give Theory Underground advice lane, let's talk about laying the foundations for having a real conversation in the first place, which means not just kind of going off of our gut or off of rhyme or, you know, family resemblances or any of that shit. And it's like, that's what this piece is about. That's what this piece is about. That's also what 2025 is about. That's what my lecture on Sunday was about. That's what my lecture on this next Sunday is going to be about. It all comes down to laying the basis for being able to do something that the internet is, at the level of the medium, refusing to allow. But we're finding ways to counter and harness certain tendencies and sort of build ourselves into a sort of situation where we can do something that's not just me, us, now, faster, distraction. Oh, we all know what we're talking about. We all know whose side we're on. We just need to get after it. And theory, in that sense, for us, is something that is, it requires a lot of base building just to do it. This is not scripture that was revealed to us, and now we come down from Mount Sinai with our radiant white hair and beard and say, all right, you heathens, God said this is what it's gonna be. And maybe Haas can do that for us as well. And I'm open to that. But for right now, I'm just gonna say, let's all play a game. Let's just play this little game called Moses doesn't exist. God is not revealing himself to Moses. We don't have the solution for Mount Sinai. Let's get after trying to figure out what is to be done. And if you think you already know what needs to be done, well, then congratulations. Congratulations. Let's get after it, though, guys. So this is called The Idea of the Monastery. It's by Benjamin M. Studebaker. I've heard a lot about that guy, actually. He's apparently pretty cool. Can't wait to have him on. Oh, wait, it's you, Benjamin. Whoa. All right, Nance, our certified Audible reader-in-chief, let's get after it.
The idea of the monastery. When I use the word monastery, people often get the wrong idea. Today, the term connotes withdrawal from active life. Those familiar with the work of Hannah Arendt or vulgar readings of Thomas More often juxtapose a vita activa with a vita contemplativa, the life of the statesman with the life of the philosopher. If there's a binary choice to be had between the two, it would seem monastic life would land firmly on the side of the latter. Today's monks are rarely involved in politics. Universities play the primary role in providing tertiary education to young people. If a teenager came to you expressing a desire to join a monastery, you might very well think there's something wrong with them, that they have, for some reason, a desire to be protected from the world. Oh, hold on, I gotta... This is not the way monasteries were in the beginning. Scholars of late antiquity have, in recent years, done a fabulous job of broadening our understanding of these institutions. In the late Roman Empire, monasticism was not primarily about withdrawal. It provided a kind of spiritual education that was otherwise thought to be unobtainable. This spiritual education equipped monastics with a kind of auctoritas, an ineffable sort of charisma, an authority that was difficult to dissect or to pin down. This quality allowed hermits and monks to gain real political power. Many bishops trained in monasteries, and hermits and monks often took on mediating roles between bishops and the laity. Increasingly, secular magistrates had to share power with these bishops, and bishops had to share power with the monastic institutions on which their spiritual education relied. For instance, the Roman bishop Athanasius wrote a text, The Life of Antony, urging young Roman men to embrace the monastic life. In this text, Athanasius holds up St. Anthony as an exemplar, as a virtuous man whose life should be studied and imitated. Antony went much further than ordinary monks. After giving away his property, he ventured on his own deep into the desert. But even this dramatic withdrawal from civic life ultimately served civic purposes. When he returned from the desert, Antony managed an estate peopled by ascetic followers, corresponded with emperors, provided instruction to the entire city of Alexandria, and refuted the teaching of Greek philosophers. The contemplative life is attractive to Roman elites because it is always already also a life of action. Indeed, the action is made more meaningful and more effective by the period of contemplation that preceded it. In 2023, Fafensky and Rimmerschneider went so far as to argue that monasticism was a genre of society. I want to take this idea seriously, not merely as an object of historical curiosity. In the late Roman Empire, Christians started new social organizations. These social organizations outcompeted and displaced secular and pagan institutions. They achieved political recognition as corporate bodies, or collegia, even receiving the coveted designation of civitas, or city, with all the legal rights that this entailed under Roman law. Contemporary socialists often lament the decline of social organizations, but in their praxis they rely largely on extant social forms, or on the revival of the social forms of the 19th century, the university, the labor union, or the party. Christians in late antiquity had higher horizons. They were willing to theorize new social organizations based on human values that seemed non-viable or incomprehensible to those that came before. They made the impossible possible, the uncompetitive competitive, the no place into some place. This required on their part a willingness to think against the stultifying competitive logic that prevailed in the Roman world in which they were born. But it also required discipline to make institutions that were in fact compatible with the conditions of their time and place, that could tarry with the limits of being. This paper will consider the idea of the monastery from several distinct vantage points. First, we'll discuss the kind of education the monastery provided. Next, we'll look at how monasteries were sustained economically and politically. Then we'll discuss how they lost their centrality as a social form. Finally, I'll reflect on what we can learn from this here and now as we struggle against the limits of the neoliberal university.
Somebody in the chat asked us to share the file, which for now you'll just have to work with what's on the screen, and then, which by the way, come on, I had to learn a lot of extra steps to show you this screen. So you can thank me that I'm sharing the screen in the first place. I used to just read stuff without sharing the screen, and that was easier. But I had to learn a whole bunch of stuff to be able to share the screen. This is something that will be published in a TU book coming hopefully soon. But our business meeting that we just had was part one of figuring out exactly when you can expect certain publications. So for right now, consider this a sneak peek of something special that's coming down the line that you will be able to hold in your actual hands, but that also Benjamin Studebaker has full rights to publish on his Substack whenever he likes. So for right now, you just kind of just go subscribe to him. That's the simple solution. Then you can just wait and be excited. Let's get after it. I want to read a couple paragraphs. Monastic education and the power of theurgy. To understand the kind of education the monastery provided, it is necessary to know something about the Roman education system before the rise of the monastics. Monasticism gained steam in the 4th century AD when the Romans called what the Romans called the Age of Gold. The century came after the 3rd century, a century of crisis, in which there was both political and economic instability. It was difficult for Roman emperors during the 3rd century to secure support, and they often tried to paper over their lack of legitimacy by paying off different constituencies. Sound familiar? This was expensive, and over time it produced taxation irregularities and currency debasement. Emperor Diocletian addressed these problems with a new power-sharing arrangement. Instead of one emperor, there would be 2 senior emperors and 2 junior colleagues. As long as these 4 commanders remained loyal to one another, they could project power in remote areas without having to worry about usurpation. This ability, this tetrarchy generated, allowed for the reform of the economic system, standardizing both the tax system and the coinage. Over the course of the 4th century, the highest denomination coin, the gold solidas, largely maintained its value, but the lower denomination coins, such as the silver-plated numis, never stabilized. This produced a 2-tier monetary system, in which Romans who were paid in gold enjoyed a very high standard of living, and Romans who were paid in silver and bronze struggled. Shout out to our homies in Poland and Turkey and Belize and Thailand. We know what you're dealing with, and that's why we do scholarships with people who are in cheap currency countries. The promise of access to the solidas greatly increased the power of the state to attract talented people to the military and civil service. Consequently, there was intense pressure on Roman youths to compete for these posts, and that competition encouraged the growth of the education sector. Sound familiar? Initially, there was a lot of upward mobility, much as there was in the United States in the post-war era. But over the course of the 4th century, younger generations grew frustrated with this hyper-competitive environment. There grew an interest in rejecting this competitive logic, in embracing as a positive choice the poverty that awaited you if you did not secure a job in the imperial service. Watts explicitly describes this as a kind of dropping out. This dropping out would be reflected in the educational preferences of 1960s youths. Oh, wait. Oh, you said Roman youths. Oh, okay. During the opening decades of this system, when upward mobility was strong, Roman youths went to rhetoric schools, studying under teachers, often pagan, who were appointed and paid by the state. Teachers owed their jobs to administrators, and administrators owed their positions to their teachers, who wrote them letters of recommendation. Social ties were often decisive in securing a place at these schools. It was a system of patronage, of cronyism from a certain point of view. This kind of education was instrumental in multiple senses. You went to these schools because your parents wanted you to go, and because you might get a good job at the end with the help of your teacher. You spent your youth submitting to your parents and teachers, and if you were a good boy and got a post, you were then expected to use your position to help your teacher, your family, and anyone else whom they might recommend. Hashtag free Mikey in the chat, boys. None of this was very Christian. You were not treating your fellow citizens as equals before God, you were very explicitly treating people differently on the basis of personal ties, of obligation, born from reciprocity, from old Roman notions of gift exchange. While the jobs paid well, they were onerous, and as time went on and the new imperial service stabilized in size, they grew harder to obtain. Increasingly, many young Romans wanted to pursue God, not a job. There were some existing resources to draw on in this regard. The Platonists were early pioneers in formulating forms of education aimed at helping people return to the one from which they emanate. But there were major debates within Platonism about how this was to be done. Some Platonists, like Plotinus, argued for a kind of philosophical practice, placing a strong emphasis on completion. A strong emphasis on contemplation. So meditation, Eckhart Tolle, the power of now. Others, like Iamblichus, what is it, Benjamin? Iamblichus, ooh. So others like Iamblichus argued that the physical environment was always already expressed the divine, and that it was therefore possible to create physical rituals and habits that invited a divine presence that brought the godliness of the cosmos to our attention. This theurgy emphasized our ability not merely to contemplate the divine, but to create rituals and habits that help ourselves and others to move toward it and to act with it. To know how to help someone acquire a virtue they do not yet have, the force of philosophical argument, of dialectic, may be insufficient. An experience, a physical experience in the world, might help a person understand things that otherwise would remain opaque to them. Monastic education combined elements from both sides of Platonism. There was, on the one hand, an emphasis on contemplation, but there was at the same time an emphasis on constructing a physical environment with an extraordinary level of attention paid to the details of habits and rituals. There were initially many ways of putting rules together, and it was only very gradually that the interpretive space tightened up to the degree that we see today. In getting specific about how the monasteries operated, we necessarily generalize and exclude diverse instantiations. Nevertheless, I think it appropriate here to highlight 4 distinct practices, all of which were often important to the monks: reading, meditation, prayer, and contemplation. An initiate might begin with large amounts of mandatory reading. The reading would fill the mind with things to think about, with matters that could be contemplated. At the same time, the monks would also engage in ritualized prayer. They would wear specific habits, gather in a specific room, designed to have a particular effect, and make utterances that would create in them a sense of intention, a readiness to participate in the divine. Crucially, they would also engage in meditation. This is not restricted to the sort of meditation we might associate with mindfulness classes, in which the meditator is still. Rather, it describes intentional activity, anything a monk does with spirit, with all the monk's attention directed to the task at hand, could be described in Latin as meditatio. In this way, even manual work could acquire divine quality if that work is performed in the right spirit. Right? This is why, before enlightenment, carry water from the well. After enlightenment, carry water from the well. This is like the Zen tea ceremony. This is like the Thai Buddhist novices who spend so much time sweeping the ground. Initiates would then suffer from what the monks called acedia.
Acedia would be the Greek way to say it.
Oh, I might know what that's the root of. or what that turns into. Initiates would often suffer from what the monks called akadeia. The term comes from the Greek term kados, meaning care. A monk who has akadeia has an absence of care. Such a monk suffers from breaks in attention during reading, prayer, and meditation and contemplation. This monk is not merely inattentive or listless, but suffers from a deficit of care, a weakness of spirit, of the soul. The carefully curated environment of the monastery, the community, the rules, and in some cases the dialogue were all aimed at strengthening the soul, at filling the initiate with care. Different monasteries had different attitudes to discourse, to discussion. Rules governing the kind of conversations that could take place were common, and some monasteries are and were very restrictive. Conversation often leads to idle chatter and invidious comparisons. People often say things before they know what to say, and this leads readily into mistakes. At the same time, I'm looking at you, chat. At the same time, if we never discuss anything with one another, we may struggle to spot our own errors. For these reasons, many monasteries carefully regulated speech in a variety of diverse ways. Because the monks often lived in close contact with one another, they could observe one another closely. Monastic education was predicated on the ability of the teacher to know the character of the student, to know the student's soul. Monks often theorized education as a kind of ladder. The pedagogical approach needed to shift as the student ascended the ladder. This made it important to know where on the ladder the student stood. To give just one non-binding example, consider the work of Michael Psellos, an 11th century Byzantine monk who oscillated between the monastery and the imperial court, often retreating to the monastery in politically dangerous periods. For Psellos, we begin with the virtues that put the body into order. These political virtues include the cardinal virtues introduced by Plato in the Republic. I will offer very general, non-binding descriptions of these virtues for those who may be unfamiliar with them. 1. Prudence. 2. Justice. 3. Fortitude. 4. Temperance. I just do that so you don't lose the plot. Now I'll read what that means. So 1, prudence, generally understood as the ability to judge the situation, to see what is specific to your context and respond appropriately. Justice, generally understood as the ability to treat people the way they ought to be treated, given who they are and what they've done. 3, fortitude, generally understood as the ability to keep the virtues even in difficult situations. 4, temperance, generally understood as the ability to moderate appetites and desires that stem from embodiment. Nancy, you want to take it back?
For Psellos, an ordinary human life can be put in order with these 4 virtues, treated first as natural, then as ethical, and finally as political. It is possible for a person to gain these virtues through ordinary education, but there are limits to the political virtues. They equip a citizen with the ability to defend and perhaps extend the existing system, but they do not enable citizens to orient their polity toward its true purpose, moving toward the good, toward God, toward the unlimited unity that cannot be reduced to words or dogma. Philosophers are able to see higher potentialities and orient polities toward these potentialities precisely because they have a set of spiritual virtues that extend beyond what is standardly considered political. This is why a Roman emperor ought to listen to a monk, and perhaps even be one for a time. To see these potentialities, the philosopher must put the body at the service of the soul, so that the soul can see as much of what is true as possible. This means not merely putting the body in order, but overcoming it. It requires that the soul be emancipated from the dominion of the body. So Beyond the political virtues, there are then three further categories of virtue that aim at this higher goal: purifactory, theoretical, and theurgic. The purifactory virtues prepare the soul for theoretical and theurgic activity. These are the virtues that are necessary to overcome the acedia an ordinary person feels when embarking upon reading, meditation, prayer, and contemplation. In the Christian tradition,
Could we, Benjamin, what can you just kind of restate what that is so people were experiencing acedia when they were doing these rituals and trying to do these, what was that they're trying to counter?
Yeah, this listlessness, this weakness of soul or spirit. So if you're trying to read, but you can't get yourself to read a whole book, or if you're trying to meditate, but you can't get yourself to do it, if you lose focus and you get distracted all of the time, the purificatory virtues aim at overcoming that condition. So they get the soul ready for what comes next.
Based.
It's the pre-nut clarity. God damn it. I hate being so vulgar.
Nance, stop it. We like it.
I know, dude. Okay. In the Christian tradition, there are usually three theological virtues that must be cultivated to power the student past acedia. Again, I describe these in a non-binding way merely to offer a point of departure. The first, faith; the second, hope; the third, love. Faith, the ability to maintain one's belief in God, in the good, in the limitless first principle at which all of this activity aims. Hope, the ability to maintain one's desire for God, the good, in the limitless first principle, and one's expectation that one can and will be approached.
That
Love.
the one. That the one can be.
That the one can and will be approached.
Because this is about getting back to that sort of essence that we're all from, right? Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Anamnesis, man. The third, love, the ability to love God, the good, the limitless first principle in the sense of agape, to love the one and all that participates in it for its own sake. It is not to be understood in the sense of pragma or eros, which are tied to commerce and to bodily desire, respectively. Nor is it reducible to friendship, philia, or familial love, storge, both of which are good, but not as good as agape, in that they operate at a lower level of abstraction and are therefore are less encompassing.
Hold on, let me scroll here.
Once the soul is purified, it is then possible to engage in theoretical discourse, in the training in dialectic that Plato recommends in the Republic to those guardians who reach age 30. It is striking that theurgic virtue comes at the end. Even though Psellos appears at first glance to be interested in overcoming the body and therefore in juxtaposing the soul with the body, his ladder of virtues terminates in the kind of virtue that requires reconsidering the physical as a medium for the divine. Am I saying the words right, by the way, Benjamin?
Which? Psellos?
Yeah.
Psellos is correct.
Okay. I didn't know if it was weird,
Psellos.
because Ptolemy is hard to say.
Yeah. I want to say real quick, it's a testament to how cool our audience is that we've been able to go into reading something like this, and we've maintained over 106 viewers the whole time while we're live, though we did lose about 25. So those people will be back, guys. It takes a little while to learn that there's interesting stuff that can come from reading. But I did want to kind of touch on, just for those handful of you who are sitting here going, oh my God, what does this Christian soul shit have to do with Marxism and healthcare, like you guys were just talking about? And for me, I think we can learn from every tradition, and Marxism is just a tradition. And when you get dogmatic and just start thinking it figured everything out, I just get annoyed. But I want to let Benjamin say something, which is the quiet part out loud that he didn't lead off with. And I'm not exactly sure what that would be, Benjamin, but like, what would you tell that person in the audience?
Well, we're going to come to the bit in this piece where we talk
Okay.
about implications. That's in the piece. I could say a little bit about it now if you'd like.
I would like you to do the clickbait thing where you make it as vulgar as humanly possible and remove all nuance and just make it like one sentence so I can change the title of the stream for the rest of the little bit here as we go.
Yeah, really, we're talking about how to think. This might not seem like it's about thinking, but this is about preparing somebody to think. So this is an institutional form that was created to generate and preserve a possibility of thinking in a context which made that difficult. So if you think of capitalism as a difficult context for thinking, and then you need institutions, right, to create and preserve possibilities for thinking, even though we remain in capitalism, so that we can continue thinking even as capitalism continues for perhaps longer than we'd like it to, right? Then we have something to learn from these guys. They were stuck in a historical moment that lasted longer than they would have liked it to last, and they organized to preserve their ability to think and contemplate and act so that when the historical moment changed, there was a strong tradition of people who were able to process that change effectively. And if you think of it, the Enlightenment as something which comes out of the Christian tradition, then you have to thank these monks for preserving and developing it over the course of 1,000 years, while people remained extraordinarily poor and resources remained extraordinarily scarce. These guys made something which actually did something, which is a lot more than most people on the left can say for whatever it is they've been up to lately.
Thank you. And Nance, can you see what I changed the title of the stream to?
Let me pull it up.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. You're going to say something. But I
Institution building
clickbaited.
to foster genuine thinking. Yeah.
No, what does it say?
Yeah, how to not be an idiot.
Yeah, it's how to not, all caps, how to not be an idiot. Sorry, I said clickbait. Benjamin's never going to just come out and do the vulgar thing, but this is what we're saying, how to not be an idiot. And then the rest of it is institution building to foster genuine thinking. So I want to just drive home the point that one of the sort of catechisms here, or like a fundamental operating assumption at Theory Underground, is that we're all, now the word has been thrown around loosely by you dirtbags saying retard, like we're all retarded. But what we're really getting at is the structural stultification of time, energy, tutelage, and those being the conditions for being able to discover and cultivate our talents. And so, you know, we're interested here in the conditions of possibility for being able to do something about that. And so it's not you're an idiot, it's we're idiots, and we're trying to figure out how to not be. Unless, of course, you're fine and you're actually very smart boy, in which case, you know, there's a lot of other channels that will ingratiate you. You can go.
In which case, don't bother coming over here, dude. We don't have time for your greatness.
I like Brian Harris said, how to detard yourself.
Yeah. We are going to be detards. That's it. I don't want to derail, but the theurgy, the first time I heard you talking about theurgy, Benjamin, I was just like, holy shit, that's amazing. Like the conditions, the environment, the structures, like it's so powerful. Even, I mean, the meeting we had before we went live / recording for the pod today, we were talking about this, the need for this. Like, it's I don't know. This shit's powerful. Like if anyone is watching / listening and you don't know what's happening, this is the fucking future. This shit is powerful. There's a thing that a lot of people think they're doing called thought. But surprise, they're not really doing that. And this is amazing.
I just ran into the library and I was like looking around. Couldn't find the book I wanted to find. It's by Giorgio Agamben and it's called The Highest Poverty. And it's basically what it's like what we're reading here by Benjamin is what I wanted Agamben's book to be. I really, really wanted the highest poverty to kind of do exactly what, because I'm curious about all this, but I don't have the patience for the history books. And then I was reading a theorist like Agamben, and I'm like hoping that he'll like do the thing. And like Brian, a fellow traveler here at TU, he's instructed a couple courses. He got a lot out of that, but because the two of us were talking about trying to, we had Victory Farm Center for the Humanities, like we were trying to institution build back then together. And he's always been like super taken by the monk idea and wanting to go to a monastery, but also feeling like that probably isn't quite what's needed right now, but there's something in this idea. And that's why we read The Highest Poverty together. So I think he's going to love this piece. He's on a hiatus right now because he and his wife, they got a new baby in the house and all of that. And so, he's doing the thing, right? Why are you laughing? What was that? What was funny about how I said that?
You said they got a new baby.
Yeah. How else would I say it?
I mean,
they're with child. No, they had it.
the stork dropped it off.
Stork. Yeah.
Yeah. That's how that works.
They went to the baby market.
I go to their house. I go to their house and there's one. I go to their house again. There's two.
There's more.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how this works.
You guys got a new one?
Yeah. I was like, what the heck? Anyway, okay.
How was this child obtained?
Could you show me? All right.
Okay.
Take
back at it. Why then does Sellos place so much emphasis on overcoming the body, on overcoming the physical, if theurgic virtue is the ultimate objective? Sellos knows that those who need to read a text by Sellos on the virtues are, in all likelihood, not ready for theurgic virtue. In many cases, his reader will be an initiate, engaging in the mandatory reading that dominates the beginning of the monastic education. Such a person is still caught in the body and therefore still requires training in the cardinal virtues. Even someone who is ready to engage with Sellos at the theoretical level may not yet be ready to become involved again with the physical. A premature move toward theurgy by someone who is not ready could just result in a breakdown of temperance, in the resubordination of the soul to the desires that stem from embodiment. It is therefore generally imprudent to write too much about theurgy. Those who are ready to engage in it do not generally need to read about it, and those who would seek to read about it are in all likelihood not yet ready for it. Someone who is not ready for theurgy might not simply endanger themselves, but others. They may imitate theurgic techniques in a misleading way or for evil purposes. Alex Jones, I think he does evil theurgy. This would be one instantiation of what Iamblichus calls...
man, do you think he does more evil theurgy than John Stewart, though? Come on.
No.
Okay, good. Just making sure.
Yeah.
I don't want any
Sam
liberals in the
too,
chat to feel...
Yeah,
I don't want liberals in the chat to feel happy or anything. Yeah.
I think Sam Cedar does it too, but...
Yeah.
Anyway. They may imitate theurgic techniques in a misleading way or for evil purposes. This would be one instantiation of what Iamblichus calls image making. An image maker creates a physical environment that subordinates us to our bodies, that invites us to think and act in a fearful, childish way. They confuse true theurgy with an identification with the embodied subject. This mistake leads them into evil.
So the distinction here for fake versus true theurgy or evil theurgy versus true theurgy is that one is just like this, like making it all about you versus...
One is getting you up the ladder of virtues, and the other one is pushing you back down and back into the body and into the vices that stem from the body.
Oh, okay. That's like new left shit.
Vice and virtue, baby. It's all signaling. It is for this reason that theurgy is to be rarely discussed in detail in the open. The teacher only admits the student to the higher mysteries when the teacher has good reason to believe the student's soul is ready to receive them. Even with careful teaching, there is always a danger of admitting into the ranks of the philosophers someone who loves honor, who acts as if they love the thing in itself so as to ingratiate themselves to the teacher. Platonists and many Christians took this problem seriously. For them, it was critical that the teacher spend enough time with the student to really know the condition of the student's soul. Like the Romans of the 4th century, we have a dualistic form of economy, in which a narrow section of the administrators enjoy a high standard of living, while others see their standard of living stagnate and perhaps even decline. We therefore have the kind of education system that circumstance produces, a hyper-competitive system designed to produce functional bureaucrats. We see all around us today what happens when people who possess only a functional education are invited to make rules for everybody else. When decision makers do not know the true purpose of education, the generation of spiritual, civic, and social capacities in citizens, they tend to make policy on the basis of ensuring competitiveness in a narrow commercial or militaristic sense. The divine, that which is to be valued for its own sake and not as mere means to economic or military power, drops out of the picture. Monasteries were a response to a Roman education system that was increasingly too much in the service of narrow competitive objectives. But for them to function well, they needed to be run by people who really knew how to structure the physical environment in a manner that engenders virtue, that generates spiritual, political, and social capacities in people. They had to be true practitioners of theurgy. Otherwise, the monasteries would become like the rhetoric schools they were meant to replace.
Data Ex Machina said, imagine Benjamin interviewing for a professorship job and submitting this as his theory of education. That's what happened at TUCon. That's why we love him. That's why we said, one of us, but for real, I also wanted to shout out Francois Riotard, who said, I want to climb the ladder of virtues, in all caps. I want to climb the ladder. And then he said, no, for real. And I said, same, because we feel that. And then for Icardi, wanting to know what Baker said about the OnlyFans girl who let 100 dudes hit it, you just have to go back. You can play forward. This is why we do it on YouTube and not Twitch, just so that you can go back and play forward. Trust me, we would get way more viewers on Twitch, but there's a reason we do this on YouTube. It's so that you don't have to always be us, so that we don't always have to be presentist about everything, always rehashing what we just said. So just so you all know, like, it's about what the medium does to us. Twitchifies the streamer, and it just breaks like their ability to do a long chain of thought. And for those who are trying to follow the thread here on this piece, it's quite the chain of thought, right? And if you feel a little lost right now, don't worry. We're all functionally illiterate and structurally stultified. That's the point. But it's a muscle that can be built, and it's actually built fastest when you throw yourself in the deep end and get confused for a while. And then you go, what's the thread? What's the thread? I'm losing it. Well, you know, the way to combat ADHD is not methamphetamines or some knockoff from the pharmaceutical industry. It's taking this seriously. You got to learn how to follow a train of thought.
And notice this insight that Dave has. He recognizes that when you try to do this in the environment of Twitch, that built environment, that built digital environment of Twitch has stultifying and regressive tendencies, right? Mm-hmm. And then for that reason, he chooses to do this here instead. That's a theurgic move.
100%.
Abdullah TV said, Dave loves to give a little lecture when he gets the chance. Yeah, that's why I built this thing. I have a lectern in this room with a whiteboard, and I have two cameras, one that's on me and then the other one that's on the whiteboard, and I can push buttons to do the whiteboard. No one else on the internet has figured that one out yet, by the way. Why? Because I want to be able to give lectures and not to fucking college students, because I want to be able to assume an audience of people who care as much as I do. So let's get after it. I'll read a little bit. Sustaining monastic education. To provide for this very elaborate kind of education and sustain it across time, it was necessary to achieve a very low student to staff ratio. The monks also needed physical facilities. They needed housing, but not just housing. They also needed beautiful environments. The physical space is itself of theurgic concern. This is why I put so much thought into how this room is set up, and am very well aware that this room is too small to do what I genuinely want to do, which is why I'm going to go build the studio in the spring if I can get $6,000. The physical space is itself of theurgic concern. They also needed large numbers of books so that the students would be able to practice the reading. One solution was to have the monks engage in labor, but to seek to make this labor a form of meditation. This could be most easily achieved if the labor were connected to the other practices that make up the monastic life. So, many monasteries got into the business of producing books. Monks took up calligraphy, and they became skilled illustrators. This art pushed them to engage with the beautiful and its relation to the good. And that, in turn, brought the monastic environment model in line with the real purpose of monastic life. That's why I have this Dave Wave background right now, everybody. It's a work in progress, but that's the point. It's to make it something special. But this art could not survive competition with the printing press. The rise of the press destroyed the dominant economic model for medieval monasteries, forcing them to find some other way of paying costs. Damn you, Gutenberg! Many monasteries sought the patronage of wealthy benefactors. A rich person might make a gift to a monastery in much the same way that rich Romans gave gifts to the secular cities they favored. Pfaffinsky and Riemenschneider tell of the two Melanias, the elder and the younger. The elder was in C 350 to 410. How do you read a date like that?
C stands for circa, so about. They're not sure exactly when she was born.
So yeah, circa 350 to 410, and the younger circa 383 to 439. These two women owned, I thought we were talking about like the Melania Trump. These two women owned enormously vast agricultural estates spanning the entire territory of the empire from Britain to Africa. They donated regularly to monasteries across many provinces, creating a reputation for Christian benefaction. But invariably, these donations came in the form of cash. And that meant that the monasteries were continuously dependent on further transfers. St. Augustine chastised Melania the Younger for failing to donate agricultural land. Without land, the monasteries depended on the goodwill of the rich. This relationship of dependence on the ruling class compromised their ability to pursue virtues aimed at the good of the whole polity. This is famously why Marx was an alcoholic and he couldn't really do what he needed to with Das Kapital, is because he was kind of on that Engels nipple. I'm just joking. If the rich really wanted true monasteries, why not give them the property they need to be independent? Where possible, monasteries did indeed acquire agricultural land. In some cases, the monks worked the land themselves. In the Middle Ages, they were often well known for producing honey or beer. But monasteries did in some cases acquire slaves and later serfs, whom they exploited for rents. Surpluses were pursued for a variety of reasons. Sometimes the monasteries sought to repay benefactors. Sometimes they sought to provide for the local poor, and sometimes they strayed from the path and fell into greed. Because it was so challenging to maintain this form of education, the process of materially reproducing the conditions for it challenged the monks, not just on a pragmatic level, but also spiritually. If they spent too much of their time and energy working to maintain the conditions for the education, there was a danger that the means would usurp the end. The harder it became for the monks to make ends meet on a practical level, the harder it became for the monasteries to maintain their spiritual orientation. This meant that wayward monasteries were a continuous problem. There were at least 3 kinds of deviant monastery. 1, the subjugated monastery. 2, the extractive monastery. 3, the mercantile monastery. The subjugated monastery that relies too much on the wrong wealthy patron. The extractive monastery that is caught up too much on the maintenance of its own dominion in keeping its peasants in line. The mercantile monastery that emphasizes too much the monk's labor at the expense of the activities necessary for developing virtue, reading, meditation, prayer, and contemplation. All of these forms of slippage came out of the practical problems with maintaining the ambitious form of life to which the monasteries were committed. Critics of monasteries will often highlight extractive and deviant practices, but it must be emphasized that these concessions to economic necessity were concessions. They were concessions that in many cases got out of hand over time, but they began reluctantly because of the limited forms of material support available. And so I just want to do a quick little touch base with you all. We're a lot further than halfway through this thing right now. It is where I am currently located, 4:30 p.m., which means that it is 4:30 for Nance and 5:30 for Benjamin. And we're making good enough time, but I will have to go finish grading finals for my sociology class. But I don't want to rush out of this. So all I'm going to say is, Nance, our idea about doing an episode after this, not now. So let's just really make this a special episode, and then we'll close it out for the day. Folks who are here, it's great to have you. A lot of you have been here way longer than the average amount of time of a viewer for a stream, and you're doing it for a thing that's being read aloud. And so props to you. And I think that that's something special, and it speaks to your desire to climb that ladder, whatever that means. And if you feel like you keep losing the thread and you're having a hard time focusing and you're multitasking and all of that, one of the best things about reading is that once you realize real reading is rereading, well, then it makes the first pass where you're distracted kind of okay, because when you come back through it, once you get your hands on the book, or once Benjamin posts this to his Substack, at that point, it's going to be a refresher, and it'll be filling in the blanks, but you'll remember certain parts along the way, and it'll make you feel good. I promise. Take it away.
The decline of the monastery. The monastery declined for several reasons. There was the aforementioned arrival of the printing press, which destroyed calligraphy as a viable craft, undermining the economic base of many monasteries. This forced more monasteries to look for other, less spiritually sound ways of generating resources, and that led more monasteries down paths that ultimately proved destructive. Many increased the intensity with which they exploited nearby peasants, damaging sociable relations between monasteries and the laity. In some cases, this resulted in violence, with peasants seizing and sacking monasteries. But even before the wars of class and religion came to a head, monasteries were decentered by a new competing institution, the medieval university. Universities worked on the principle that what was taught to one could be taught to all, with no regard for the condition of the students' souls. A teacher would give the same lecture to all the students without getting to know any of them. Any teacher could give the lecture because it was the same lecture regardless of who gave it, and any student could hear the lecture because the lecture was not written for any particular kind of person. This system was impersonal. It was compatible with a much higher ratio of students to staff, and consequently, it was more accessible and much cheaper to finance. The universities were not a secular alternative. The schoolmen were churchmen, and many of them were themselves part of monastic orders. Thomas Aquinas is perhaps a strong example of the type. He was the nephew of an abbot at a Benedictine monastery, and he himself even joined the Dominican order. Aquinas studied at the University of Paris, where he was taught by a Dominican, Albertus Magnus. The Pope offered to make Aquinas an abbot, but he instead chose to follow Albertus to what would become the University of Cologne. The Dominican order asked Aquinas to take numerous university posts throughout his career. Aquinas' writings reflect the style of the medieval universities. They are written in the form of scholastic disputation, a style of dialectic practiced in medieval seminars in which a question is asked, students take conflicting positions, and arguments for the different positions are exchanged. The scholastic method itself came from monks. Over the centuries, kings and popes repeatedly demanded that the monks run schools for lay people. By meeting these demands, the monasteries attracted support from powerful state institutions. The schools the monks founded, initially in many cases, physically attached to the monasteries, grew over time into medieval universities. Positions in universities became more prestigious and more desirable than positions in monasteries. And because many of the leading university schoolmen were themselves monastics, there seemed to be no sharp conflict between the monastery and the university as forms. The brightest and most promising students became university lecturers instead of abbots. They spent their time in the university environment instead of in the monastery, giving lectures and conducting disputations. All of this involved a lot of talking and writing, a lot of positive, cataphatic identification with particular views. There was competition for status. There were larger audiences ready to give recognition. The best students would take on important roles in political institutions. It came to look more like an old Roman school of rhetoric. But this scholastic teaching seemed compatible with the monastic life. If monks can write and illustrate books to keep the monasteries going, offering their comments here and there, why can't they engage in university teaching for the same purpose? And is it not good for the monks to share learning with the public? If the kings and the popes say that a more accessible, more efficient form of education is necessary, why shouldn't the monks provide it?
Are you reading from the document that I'm scrolling on?
No.
Oh, Anne poked her head in the room, and then I was like, oh, and then I didn't realize we were off the page, and I was like sitting here trying to find where we were at. Thank you to the people in chat like Bogdan who were like, scroll, Dave, scroll. Okay. Whoops, whatever. Anyway.
Okay. Who else would be better Let me, hold on. And is it not good for the monks to share learning with the public? If the kings and the popes say that a more accessible, more efficient form of education is necessary, why shouldn't the monks provide it? Who else would be better qualified? Besides, the scholastic teaching was itself arrived at by the monks themselves. They were the ones who decided this kind of teaching was suitable. On what basis should a young monk question the decisions of his elders, men who were very likely further up the chain in both the institutional and spiritual sense? The trouble is that, in attempting to share learning with an undifferentiated lay subject, the monks tended to water down the form of education they provided. If this education were treated as a mere means to sustain the monastery, with the monastery still given priority, this might have been okay. But over time, the university education usurped monastic education. This is perhaps best captured in the way in which the Catholic Church was itself transformed at the level of doctrine by the followers of Thomas Aquinas. Aquinas died in 1274 and was canonized roughly 50 years later in 1325. By the 16th century, Aquinas had been proclaimed Doctor of the Church, Aquinas became enormously influential during the Counter-Reformation, a period in which the church attempted to formalize its teachings into a dogma for the purpose of competing with the Protestants. His leading competitors for influence, such as John Duns Scotus and William of Ockham, were also scholastics. I didn't. Okay.
Is that Occam of Occam's razor?
Yeah, dude.
Yes, it is.
Nice. Nice.
This triumph of scholasticism within Catholicism was, on one level, entirely compatible with monasticism, insofar as it was originated by members of monastic orders, like Aquinas. But on another level, it was not monastic at all. It did not emerge from the built environment of monasticism, from its theurgic routines. It was not written in a manner that was attentive to changing context, to the needs of different souls and different polities and different moments in life, in history. It instead imposed a single universal doctrine through what would come to be the catechism of the church. Such a doctrine could be memorized. Textualism too often allows honor to usurp virtue. Formalizing a faith makes it easier to defend in the near term, but it freezes it in time. And yet, it took a long time for the universities to become as bad as they are now. The monastic roots of the universities offered lecturers ways to delay and put off the return of the rhetoric schools. For a long time, university lecturers were not just offering administrative training. They claimed they were equipping their students with the skills necessary to think about the good, the true, and the beautiful. Overwrought theories of epistemology and methodology allowed professors to defend the arts and sciences at the cost of codifying them, of ossifying them into dogmas that grew ever more brittle over the centuries. The manifest successes of the sciences, visible to ordinary people in the form of real improvements in their standard of living, are the university system's most effective contemporary defense. But as disagreements proliferate even about science, about climate change, economics, and vaccinations, the university system is evaluated in increasingly instrumental terms. Does it produce research that generates profit for those that fund it? Do the students get good jobs? More and more, the universities are ancient rhetoric schools with expensive labs attached. In many parts of the United States, they function as hedge funds or operate football franchises.
Or both.
They avoid accusations of cronyism and patronage by quantifying everything, by using examination systems and impersonal metrics to assess performance. But these metrics are very far estranged from the monastic ideal. The monasteries are still around, but they operate at the margins today. They no longer attract the elites or provide schooling for the masses. Even in theology departments, you will not find many tenured academics who are members of monastic orders. Today, it is the university, the modern school of rhetoric, that dominates the educational scene. Bum, bum, bum.
As Bogdan said in the chat, now is getting interesting. Yeah, because it's like, a really good piece just does all this building and you're like, what's going on? This is interesting, but where are we going? And then it starts to pull it together and you're like, oh. And
The
that's
crescendo.
what I felt was lacking in the highest poverty. Like that meme, that meme that's like, I think it's like they're Indian dudes or whatever. And it's like, this dude was my friend and then he's all X'd out. And now it's this guy who's my friend.
Friendship ended with a gambit.
Yeah. Studebaker is in. Yeah. Lessons for modernity.
Someone needs to make that meme, dude.
Someone please drop it in the Discord. Lessons for modernity. The monastic movement grasped the inadequacy of the dominant form of Roman education. Within the rhetoric school, the means had usurped the ends. By developing an understanding of theurgy, of the art of raising consciousness in human beings, the monks were able to create institutions, rituals, and built environments that were capable not just of preserving a spiritual tradition, but of producing new generations of highly conscious subjects. I love, by the way, that instead of like there's a way of writing that doesn't treat the audience like they're dumb, but at the same time, for people who are just trying to like, okay, I just learned that word like a half hour ago. What is it? Theurgy, the art of raising consciousness in human beings. There you go. Which is really, really like putting it that way. We're talking about consciousness raising workshops, which is why you brought in the evil version versus the good version. Like this is there's a kind of like Bildungskraft that we're talking. I mean, we could call theurgy Bildungskraft, which means that there's a kind of doing that is what I refer to as discursive Taylorism, right? Which is the kind of PMC consciousness raising that you do see. I'll start that sentence again. By developing an understanding of theurgy, of the art of raising consciousness in human beings, the monks were able to create institutions, rituals, and built environments that were capable not just of preserving a spiritual tradition, but of producing new generations of highly conscious subjects. The process, however, was difficult to scale up. There were not skilled enough teachers There were not enough skilled teachers and not enough material resources to offer this education to the whole population, or even the whole elite, during late antiquity and the Middle Ages. So when the state and the church demanded that the monks share their education with a larger part of the population, the monks struggled to find a way to do that. The scholastic method was a compromise. It was good enough to produce the Western University with all its achievements, but it was bad enough to produce the Western University in its neoliberal form, which is today a little better than a Roman rhetoric school, particularly at the undergraduate level. Even as underground theorists outside the university environment, we remain largely dependent on scholastic methods to raise resources. When we make videos, give lectures, or hold public forums in which important matters are discussed, we engage in the forms of universal education reminiscent of the medieval university. These forms of education have two legitimate purposes: to raise money and help outsiders discover our work. But this kind of education is not theurgy. At its best, it offers a display of theoretical virtue. That display can be captivating. People who witness true theoretical virtue do not forget it. Theoretical virtue has a kind of charisma that brings people in. It can trigger the love of philosophy in people, and it can inspire people to contribute resources to our institutions and structures. But ultimately, if we want to engage in theurgy, we have to engage in a kind of philosophical activity that goes beyond scholastic modes. I guess the one little stipulation would be if we want to engage in good theurgy, we have to engage in a kind of philosophical activity that goes beyond scholastic modes.
Well, for Iamblichus, theurgy is necessarily good theurgy. Bad theurgy is not theurgy, it's image making.
Oh, really? Image making? So, like, would that relate to Hegel talking about picture thinking in the preface to the Phenomenology?
Well, I hadn't thought about it that way. It might. I would have to think about that. I'd have to go back and look at it.
Would it relate to simulacra and simulation? And pseudo-activity? There's papers to be written. Yeah. What does theurgy mean in modernity? The theurgist modifies the physical in a manner that unlocks the social, political, and spiritual potential of subjects. This goes beyond speech. It goes beyond lecturing and debating. It is a skillful intervention into politics and society that makes new forms of political and social action possible. It generates new kinds of interaction that make it really possible for people to have the time energy necessary to engage in reading, meditation, prayer, and contemplation. It creates spaces in which these activities not only can occur, but must and do. There's like a missing citation to make sense of that one. I don't know what that word means. Nance, you can keep reading.
I read a
No, but
book about that time energy thing. You can check it out on Audible. It's called Time Energy by Dave McCarricker with a foreword by Slavoj Žižek.
Yeah.
The theurgist.
Hashtag free Mikey in chat, people, please.
I wrote it to
Yeah.
go in your edited volume, so I assumed it would be obvious.
I know you did. But also, I don't think anyone knows that. We didn't preface this by saying that I think I asked you to write this based on a conversation we had on stream, right? Which is just
No, I think the preamble. I think we did do the preamble.
we said that part. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it YouTubers. It's at the front of this segment of the stream. It'll be at the front of this discrete episode. Podcast listeners, it's at the front of this podcast episode. Yeah, that preamble's all there. The theurgist. Yeah, well, we had some outpouring in the second segment, so give us grace, people. The theurgist creates new kinds of social organizations and new kinds of polities. They pursue non-reformist reforms, concessions from the state that open up new possibilities. They create physical, built environments, structured routines, and special events that transform consciousness. They revise existing habits and rituals and create new ones. They understand that words are just a means by which to develop the virtues, the political, social, and spiritual capacities in themselves and in others. They make words into servants of the unlimited first principle, never elevating words above the one at which they gesture. They recognize that language is a servant, not a master. They understand that famous theorists are no more than exemplars for children, that we are never to be intimidated by the invocation of names. But true theurgy is only possible for those who possess the full suite of virtues. Subjects at earlier stages of development may be able to be useful to the theurgist, but they are not yet ready to participate directly in theurgy. We need more capacities, not just more theoretical capacities, but more theurgic capacities. We therefore need organizations and institutions that generate these capacities in people. This means we cannot spend all our time at work or engaged in scholastic activities. We not only need time energy for reading, meditation, prayer, and contemplation, we need time energy for institution building so that those who are truly serious about becoming fully realized theorists can be supported in the pursuit of the higher capacities. Those capacities outfit us to do theurgy, to return to the world and intervene directly in it. They make us into a vanguard, into people who can effectively lead others until they are ready to lead themselves. For this to happen, we need not only to get ourselves free from wage labor, we need a sustainable economic model. Scholastic outreach can provide income, but it cannot become our primary activity. If we confuse theurgy with mere theoretical outreach, we will never reach the stage of effectively intervening. This goes hard, dude. To actually generate these capacities in the whole population, we need more than compelling media, good lecturing, and engaging disputations. We need to go beyond critique and description and reach the point at which meaningful, effective action becomes possible. This requires a humility on our part, a willingness to recognize that many very bright, very wise people before us got caught up in textualism and actionism. They spoke too much when they needed to contemplate acting, or they acted too quickly before they understood how to act well. We will replicate all of their mistakes and more if we do not adopt a mode of life that is meaningfully different from theirs. It is only by living differently that it becomes possible to think and act differently. God damn, dude.
Cue the clapping button there. Except that Nance's clapping button is funny. It sounds like a small group of people hooting and hollering as opposed to mine. My button sounds like a big auditorium full of people.
I don't know. I feel like for that one, the small group is more appropriate.
Ooh, it is.
Oh. Francois Riotard said, "This will probably make everybody hate me, but this sounds like a dictatorship of the proletariat." Yeah. Now I want to boot you out of the chat forever.
What?
No, I'm kidding.
What
I'm
sounds
joking.
like a dictatorship of the proletariat? This?
Yeah, he used the word vanguard. That's the dog whistle.
One word got you to think that? It's like, no, we're gonna be an actual vanguard. That's the point. That's why I use the word vanguard. To the fucking contradistinction, dude. Be smart, Francis. Come on.
No, be nice, Nance. No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Francois good people, but
I'm sorry.
I know Nate. I know that like we just read your words this whole time, Benjamin, and so it's like proportionality wise, we should talk for a little while. But I don't want to do that. I want this to be about you, and I want to just say I do have a couple of things that I want to touch on from chat, and a couple of things that come up for me in this that want to. But I want to start with a softball question. Like, what was it like hearing this?
Well, I did give it at TUCon, and I did go back and listen to it actually to see how I did. So I had heard it once before in my own voice, so I had gotten through some of the I'm listening to it before we did this, which helped.
John L., it was nice having you around, but I won't miss you. All right.
Wiener.
He kept saying it was trolling. Anyway, so Theory Church. Theory Church is a term that has come up a few times. We floated it because gym membership for your mind, talking about Theory Underground as a gym membership for your mind. It's a metaphor that only gets you a little bit of the way somewhere. And it's kind of a problem because how does a gym work? Well, you pay for it monthly and then you never go. The thing about church is that you pay for it monthly, but you fucking go. And even if you don't dive in the deep end with the texts, you're there for the uplift, the spiritual nourishment, which is a proper Marxian term. Just read the Estranged Labor section of the 1844 manuscripts. He talks about that as part of the species being, right? We need our spiritual nourishment, which is the digesting of the world, which is a part of us. In fact, maybe the most important part in some very interesting ways. And of course, you can find that sentiment in mature Marx when he comes back to it in the Grundrisse, in a parentheses, where he says that the only thing that makes the worker different from the slave is that during the good times of capitalism, he can afford to go to lectures in the evening and educate his children. And so, yeah, I think that this is just one of the coolest pieces I've ever read, and I just love it. And I wish I'd read it 10 years ago. And so, I mean, really, Theory Church, though, what I want to say about Theory Church is this. Like, the reason we avoid that metaphor is because most of us are these godless heathens. And that's not just
It's the coding.
It's the coding.
Yep. Yeah. That's why I have to start the piece with when I use the word monastery, people often get the wrong idea. It's the coding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's very
and
coded.
That becomes a thought taboo about even thinking about anything that comes from these traditions.
We saw that in the chat today where people were having, I mean, that was my initial reaction. Your T cubed lecture, the time energy before Descartes lecture, my initial reaction was the language you're using scares me. And I overcame that immature contrarian that lives inside my head, but he's still there, and it is true. And like, there, people in chat today are like reacting to the language.
Yeah. Yeah. I
You guys
mean,
got to get over it.
Churls just said, though not. Actually, I should probably read. Ate breakfast, changed my boy's diaper, and packed my lunch to this stream today. Good stuff. Though not sure what along the monastic paradigm Benjamin envisions. It almost sounds like TU needs land and serfs.
No,
I mean,
TU doesn't need land and serfs. TU needs a group of theorists who are splitting the scholastic teaching so that they have time to do the monastic activities, right? This thing that we're doing where we talk to all of you, this is the scholastic teaching, right? I don't know you. I say the same thing to all of you, right? This is the thing that brings you in. It funnels, right? What we need is to share this task among a group of people so that it then becomes possible for us to spend more time actually in the books writing the stuff that you don't see, which is the actual really good shit. The stuff that I did that allowed me to write that piece, that stuff doesn't occur on a stream or when I'm talking to you, right? So what we need to do is get multiple people together. And everybody's missed this. Everybody's trying to make their own fucking thing by themselves. And if you make your own thing by yourself, you just get audience captured and you just spend your entire life like a dancing monkey trying to meet the needs of the algorithm. You don't effectively work against it. But by working together, we're able to accomplish things that we can't do individually on our own. And that's what Theory Underground does. It brings theorists together. And then also, you can only benefit from what the teacher is able to teach. If you follow one person who's on their own, your subscription or your Patreon or whatever, it makes you a slave of that one person. It sticks you in a cult around that one person. Whereas because there's more than one of us, and we are different from each other in various ways, both in what we're interested in and what we're good at, in the way we like to talk about stuff, there are points of contrast so that you're able to question each of us individually from the points of view and the readings and the texts and so on that the others are interested in. Dave is really into Heidegger, and I'm not so much into Heidegger. And from Dave's Heideggerian standpoint, he can critique things I'm doing. And from my wacky Platonist, Marxist Hobbesian standpoint, I can critique things he does. And then Mikey doesn't like any of this religious stuff very much at all, right? He's got his own set of interests, which are completely distinct. If you're in the TU world, you get multiple different perspectives on theory. You get taught by multiple different people. And it's through interacting with multiple different traditions that you're able to develop your own independent view, which enables you to be a theorist. That can't happen if you just follow around some influencer who's spending all of their time doing the dancing monkey thing because they have no one to split the task with. And then also, because we're doing it together, we're in dialogue with each other. So we get to help each other think. I get stuff to respond to that comes out of reading Dave or reading Mikey. They get stuff to respond to that comes out of reading me. And this causes us all to produce stuff that's different from what we could produce if we're just following the news cycle and trying to talk about whatever the algorithm wants us to talk about, right? If you notice, a lot of our Why Left episodes begin with us talking about whatever it is that's cool. That's not the best possible way for us to write better theory, right? What it is for is to get you to notice that if you do theory, you might be able to think in a more interesting way about some of the topics that are common on the internet, some of the things that people are talking about. You might have a less stupid perspective about those things if you go and do some theory. And then, if you want to take it seriously, come to us. We'll teach you. I will give you frickin' Cambridge-style supervisions, and I'll make you good at this shit. And Dave will teach you, and Mikey will teach you. You'll get a lot of different things, and you won't be stuck in my, kind of influenced by old shit perspective. You could lean more into the Mikey side of it and not be so interested in the religious claptrap, right? You could do it however you want to do it. That's the wonderful thing about multiple people working together to make an institution instead of trying to be fucking influencers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mikey comes at it really like the fact is he's like the French guy. Functionally, that's what he's become. And of course, I'm like all about Bourdieu recently, and Levinas, but Mikey kind of from the standpoint of like these people who are like, oh, I'm just a Marxist materialist. Like you guys are the French people. Like what they're thinking about is from 2020 onwards when Mikey was teaching me Lacan and Zizek on this channel. And so that gives people this sense that that's all we care about. When in reality, Mikey's been studying the history of philosophy for the last 20 years. And when I say studying, I mean like 7 to 8 hours a day, just obsessively for 15 years before he had to go into wage labor, right? He and Benjamin both, because of circumstances being in their favor, they were able to focus on studying what they wanted to without having to capitulate to all of the old the kind of pressures that most people have to that make it so you can't study, right? But he's at this warehouse in Missouri, and that's why we say hashtag free Mikey, because we're doing institution building. You'll hear more about that in the PSA when we roll it at the end of this episode. So
right, he does Leotard, he does Deleuze, he does a ton of stuff, and he does it very, very well. He's lived differently, which allows him to do things differently.
Yeah. And ultimately, he's turned his focus to the fault line, which, I started articulating it as the fault line theory of the scene. But Mikey's the one who helped me come to that conclusion. And ultimately, it's me trying to theorize what it is that he's doing and why what he's doing matters. And the fault line is to say, at the beginning of cyber history, what is it? Is it 1992 or 93?
1992. 92.
The year I was born.
After the
That's how you know it's good.
Yeah.
I was born at the beginning of history.
Yeah. Our resident historian was born into cyber history right at the close, talk about the Owl of Minerva, right? Anyway, cyber history kicks off in 1992. Who was prominent in doing something interesting, experimental, and new at the time? It was the CCRU and the Ljubljana School. Two approaches that are post-human or anti-human in their own ways that also get at something essential about our situation. They have an essential series of contradictions between the two schools of thought, libidinal materialism versus this more psychoanalytic Hegelian approach. And the fact is, and it's Marxian, but it's psychoanalytic Hegelian Marxism, that distinction between the Ljubljana School and the CCRU, it's something you probably recognize on the figureheads, the charismatic sort of figureheads of those two respective schools, which would be Nick Land for the CCRU and Slavoj Žižek for the Ljubljana School. And then when I say that that's the fundamental fault line of the theory scene here on the internet, people go, well, what about Heideggerians? What about Marxists? What about Badiou? And my point is this: insofar as there is internet traffic going to those names, the main reason it's the names that they are is in some way related to this contradiction between these two schools that made their mark on cyber history. And this is the material basis of the scene that we're in, because these ideas did not come from nowhere. These ideas came from specific places in history and time that were dealing with specific conditions. And that's one of the wonderful things about the triangle of essentialism that Benjamin does in one of the previous episodes. The point is that this is like this Cold War and post-Cold War kind of theorizing that they're doing. And of course, on the one side, it's this Deleuzo, everything's a fascism. We're just going to do art and techno music, but also psychedelics. And then we're going to talk about Bataille, right? Like that sort of Landian approach. It's like everything's cyborgs, blah, blah, blah. Capital AI techno, the AI techno singularity in the future is capital. And it's pulling the strings to de-world us and to build itself up from its enemies' resources, right? And so that versus this Zizekian approach. And for me, it's like I've never really cared about what's popular. But then in studying under Mikey, I've been able to realize, oh, there's reasons that these ideas took hold for people, and that there's a there, that there's something that these different things are getting at in their own ways. Sometimes it's more poetic and theory fictional, especially on the CCRU side, whereas sometimes it's more, I'm not sure how this comes from the clinic to the larger society in any kind of a rigorous way with the Ljubljana school, but they're doing a lot of cool shit and they're having fun. At the end of the day, they're having fun and they're promoting ideas and they're getting people thinking. But a lot of people look for a more sterilized version of Zizek, and so they go to Badu. Or they're looking for an edgier but more ancient kind of land, so they go to Nietzsche. Or they're saying, look, this Zizek stuff is great, but also why does he write political pieces that feel like he's writing them for The Guardian? I just want Marxism. And so then people, that's why I'm saying that the internet traffic is a reaction to this fault line. And we can't, and there's no way out but through. And Mikey's whole approach right now is to encompass and kind of just lay it out for us. And that's what the Intro to Zizek course is about. That's what the Intro to Land course is about. But of course, we have these like Intro to Illich courses and these Intro to Marxism courses and all of these other kinds of like intro courses, because we want to assume you've heard this and that, but you're looking for a basis. And even if the Intro to Marxism by Chris Gatrone turns out to be something you're like, that's wildly wrong. Well, at least you have a reference point, a specific approach, a principled reading of this thing called Marxism that you can then reference in conversation with us. You can say, oh, well, I disagree in this way on that. Well, we have these reference points, these shared reference points, which brings it back to the question that I asked at the beginning of this episode, which was, like, do you know what the fundamental questions and concepts and problems are to you? Right? Because that's what it's about. Getting a hold of the situation, and not just at the level of the fault line, but also being able to go back to the ancients all the way through till now. And then for me, like when I bring it back to existential phenomenology, I'm interested in a sort of philosophy of science and epistemology, but of the social. And there's a basis here. And I say it, but I can't give you the dissertation where I write it out yet. But I think you actually need existential phenomenology to do a dialectical materialism. You actually need it. It's a part of bending the bow. Bracketing is part of this method. I still have to make my case. I have to actually write it out. But this is my operating assumption. And even if that's not true, and even if Adorno is right, and the ontological difference is itself like this pseudo problem, even if that's true, Being in Time still remains one of the most important texts in world history, if not just for its influence, then at least how it's impacted me and the people that I love when it comes to theory, right? And but I think it gets us to something essential about the human that gets missed by everybody else up until then, and that everybody after that who's been through that, except for Adorno and Lukács, is on something that it's doing. And that's what I'm bringing. But the thing is it lays the basis for Levinas. It lays the basis for Bourdieu. For me, like, these are essential thinkers for thinking the human condition, but not just the human condition specifically, like that part of the human that the CCRU and the Ljubljana school didn't really theorize. They didn't really work through it. They didn't really tarry with it. And so this post-humanist, anti-humanist thing is missing, like, this whole dimension. And I think that the ancients offer us that in their own sort of way, but I also think we have to sort of systematically deconstruct and work against certain prevailing tendencies to be able to get there. And so this Levinas, Illich, Arendt, like, I bring these people who have like this thing to offer, I think. And then what Benjamin's bringing, it basically, what we've talked about over the last couple months, if you've been paying attention when it comes to the year 2025 and what we're going to do in our Terrible Twos as an organization, is illustrated here on the website. I spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to illustrate it in as simple a way as possible. And, so the information is there. You can read it for yourself. Go to theoryunderground.com. And if you want to subscribe, become a subscriber. Silver tier gets special access to listen to things like you'll be able to binge the Intro to Land, Intro to Zizek kinds of courses, right? And if you've heard any lectures that Mikey's ever given, then you know that those are absolute fire. We're sitting on a total gold mine here. That's why Free Mikey is so important. There's other reasons, like you'll get to in the PSA. The gold subscribers get to join for discussions that are all about getting to know where you're at and working with you in your understanding of these fundamental questions, problems, concepts, thinkers, texts, and operating assumptions that we're working through. And then we've got the platinum level where we read your work and we take an active role in your development. And the we being me, Studebaker, Nance, Mikey sometimes, others of us, we're all getting trained in how to do supervisions over the next few months here. And it's going to be awesome. Sean is going to be the first up for the turn, which is what that's all about, right? Supervisions mean we're working with you on your work, on your writing. And the turn means we're excited to talk about your piece publicly with you. And so we'll be doing that with Sean on Sunday. Yeah, Sunday afternoon. So stay tuned for that stream. It's going to be a lot of fun. And in terms of theurgy, Benjamin, I kind of think that you bring that kind of order to everything. You know, if our business meeting before we actually kick this thing off in terms of just our workflow and our priorities and sharing the load, but not as a division of labor like we talked about in the last episode. No, as a division of drive and a division of love and like working with what we can't not do and what we feel individually compelled or called to do. It's a lot of stuff for me to feel very excited about. I really, really appreciate it. And this piece is such a good foundation for everything that we're going to do in 2025.
Well, thank you, Dave. I appreciate that. Got to get those details right. Got to have every little thing just so. Can't leave any potential on the table.
Yeah, for people who don't understand what that means, like these papers I'm waving around in my hands, it's like all the things that I do in a couple hours, and it's just insane. Like the amount of stuff that I'm doing, between graphic design and video editing and uploading and reaching out to individuals and sending them voice messages and working on emails and spreadsheets and talking to the web programmer and talking to the person who's hopefully taking over socials. Shout out to Ian, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it's just a constant. It's like I could describe what I'm doing as ADHD, but I get deep enjoyment from multitasking and doing all of these things. But it does require someone outside of me who is invested and understands and can work with me on deadlines. And so the stuff that we have coming together here really is exciting, but I don't want to jinx it by talking too much about it. So I want to let you guys say your closing thoughts, and then we'll get on with our day.
Yeah, thank you guys for listening, and particularly to my whole big long thing. I mean, if you guys listen to my whole big long thing, that's so kind of you. I really appreciate it.
We still have like 110 plus people for the whole time that we were reading. It's amazing. Yeah.
It is amazing. I think that's the most that we've carried through an extended reading. And yeah, pat yourself on the back. Those of you who are here right now, pat yourself on the back. Those of you who are living in the future and listening to this, whenever you're listening to this, this piece that we just read goes hard as fuck. So if you're not like sizzling with some type of energy after listening to it all, go back over it, or go do something else and come back to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think probably go do something else for a while. Let it sink in. Let it do the silent weaving. But come back to it, man, because like the ideas here are next level shit, man. Hope. I mean, hope's a subject that came up in conversation recently over the last few days. I don't like hope. Hope is bullshit. There's no future. But what's happening here smells suspiciously like hope.
I want to come back in the near future to talk more about the political, social, and spiritual capacities. That's one of the big passages. Like when you said that, in this piece, Benjamin, I was like, okay, political, social, spiritual, these are distinct regions of human life or being. I want to hear what the different capacities are. Like, what are the main capacities when it comes to these things? And this whole thing, like, I've always felt really like taken by virtue ethics. Not like as a system for judging others, because it's about yourself. It's like golf. You're not competing against everybody else when you play golf. You're just like beating your last score, right? And virtue ethics is kind of like the ethics of excellence at the individual level. And I love it. And I think that you bring this kind of approach, even though you're not an Aristotelian, you bring this kind of ancient virtue thing, but somehow you Marxify it. And we're all excited to see how you square these circles in your head. And yeah, it's really exciting stuff, man.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm looking forward to doing a ton more. There's so much more coming.
Yeah. All right, everybody. Thank you. What a stream. What a stream. Have a good one. Make sure to stick around and watch this PSA, especially for the people who are like, what is going on here? Are you guys neoliberals or Marxists? I just can't tell. Well, just watch the PSA. Much love. Peace. You can support the free and public work at TU by becoming a patron over at Patreon.
But if you would like to get involved and become a member at Theory Underground so that you can listen to special content that is not accessible to anyone else, or if you go up a subscriber level, actually join in the discussions, or at the top level, have us actually read your work, giving constructive feedback and ultimately paving a way to potentially being a part of what we call the turn, then you'll want to become a subscriber. That's how you will access the ongoing courses and seminars. We've brought together Benjamin Studebaker's experience in political theory and science and philosophy with my critical social theory, phenomenology, existentialism, critique of political economy, critical media theory approach, combined with Michael Downes's fault line theory, the CCRU versus Ljubljana School, or Žižek versus Land. And of course, how he brings those against one another and then transcends them through other thinkers like Baudrillard, who he'll be teaching an intro course to in 2025. All of us are teaching stuff in 2025 that rhymes or argues or goes together. And so the best way to accelerate your development getting into theory right now is to just become a subscriber at TU. Just go to the website, click get involved, and what I'm about to play for you all is a really special moment from our documentary that we're working on, an interview where Benjamin explains why he's supporting Theory Underground and getting involved as a active member here at the core of the teaching team.
Yeah, so the thing that I notice is that a lot of people criticize the university, they criticize the left, they don't build an alternative institution. They will go, the university sucks, but you know what's great? Substack and Patreon and YouTube, and they'll lean into that. But that is a negation, right? You guys don't do that. You guys are interested in sublating the university within the newly emergent media. Or you could frame it the other way, sublating the newly emergent media within the university, right? And so this, of course, will ultimately lead, if you take it where it goes, to a question of institutions and having actual economic, social role possibilities for theorists. This is the critical crisis, which is that there are still some very bright, very well-educated people, but they are not able to replace themselves. And because most of them have university positions, their level of interest in replacing themselves is to some degree compromised.
Yeah.
They don't have to worry that much about themselves. They don't have that much stake in it because they're already set up. However, because you aren't in the underground, you have some potential of being able to actually create an institution or structure which makes it possible for people to do theory in the future. This is something that, as far as I can tell, only you are doing. The thing about freeing Mikey from wage labor, this idea not only that your channel would free you from the Amazon job, but that this could grow in such a way that it could provide spaces for multiple people, and then those multiple people could interact in the way that they would in a monastery or in a university department. This is the revolutionary idea in terms of raising consciousness and making it possible for us to think in such a way that we could return even to the horizons of the tens and talking about things like Medicare for all in a not stupid, not bullshit way, in a serious way. To get to that point, we need to raise our level of ability to think. We need new intellectuals in our generation that are real intellectuals and not people who are running around scared of what the DSA or their university department thinks of them. You have the potential to actually make a real material intervention into not just knowledge production, but in Bildung, into the making of people. Yeah. This is something that we can do. There's a window right now where I am not in the university, and so I have a real reason to think very seriously about, can we do something else? Because I'm annoyed, myself with the whole process of trying to be in that. And I would like there to be something else, something better. I have all my critiques of it that come in part from being at Cambridge, in part from studying ancient thinkers. We could do something better than it. Not just something that is an imitation or steals some things from it and does the best you can with it, but something that actually is better and that produces the kind of theory that in modernity, how do you make a Hegel? How do you make a Marx? We have to reinvent this. It's no longer possible to do that. We've got to, I think, actually institutionalize in a material way, and this is the sense in which I will uphold the kernel of materialism, actually giving a shit about the structure and what kind of structure is necessary to give rise to a form of life in which this kind of really, really good work can be produced.
Dude. Wow. Look at how many of you are still here. That's crazy. How are you all still here? What's going on? There's like 80 plus of you just hanging out in the chat. Like, what? Like, there's not even anybody here anymore. Like, Benjamin and Nance have moved on with their lives. I'm sitting here because I have to go clip the portion that happened after episode 2 before episode 3, and then I have to splice it back into episode 2 because the recordings are separate and I got to make sure that they end up together on the friggin' thing. So that's what I'm going to do. But we were reading chat and having a real guffaw. Like, we were all laughing real hard at Reatard's comments towards the end there. That shit was really good. So good job, everybody. Give yourselves another pat on the back. Like, Gurrid B, I don't know if I've seen you before, but like, it was great to have you because I think you said something funny or cool at some point. I remember. It's how this works for you all who don't know, like, from the streamer standpoint. In a lot of cases, we see certain avatars and names that we don't really differentiate or even track what they're all saying all the time, but we just get a general vibe over time. And then eventually we have a sense for, because we're multitasking, like Weird Solowski. It's like Weird Solowski was just another name and an avatar in the chat for the longest time. Same with Nance. But then eventually one day he joined a class and that was crazy. Riotard says, we stuck around for post-credit feet pics. Nah, man, this is like the Marvel end of movie after credits special thing. This is where I tell you guys what I really think. Spindle Shank says, guys, you piss me off with the flippant Delusian remarks. No need for it. 48 years old here in Australia. Massive respect. And then we got another 44-year-old Aussie. I don't know why all these 40 plus people come around, man. Aren't we all supposed to be like 20? No, I'm joking. I always say like the average span is between 27 and 42. So if you're 44, you're just like right outside of that average span. But don't worry, Spindle Shanks. 48-year-olds are welcome too. Hope you don't mind our millennial internet brained jingo. Jingo? Is that the term? Jargon? Whatever. The base says 31. Yeah, everyone, go ahead, spam your age. Dave's shades are so cash. Says Zhang Wei. Oh, in the video when I'm talking to, yeah, I got those when I was running the Reno Odyssey earlier this year. They were free, so I like to wear free things instead of buying. My fashion statement is that was free. Even the shirt I'm wearing right now. Okay, this is the special little part. Let me show you. Let's see if I can figure out how to show the screen. Where am I? I'll show you my shirt and then I'll close this out. Right here. Check this out. It's the McCarricker Family Farm. Fresh, local, sustainable with a dorky ass chicken. If I ever take over the graphic design of the McCarricker Family Farm, you better bet that the logo will change. But, you know, free shirt, baby. Something that's awesome. I had the best carrots in the world last week when I baked some of the carrots from my mom and dad's farm. So, yeah, I thought I'd wear the shirt today to represent. Also, I'm wearing my shit show supervisor hat with my very own post-class fractured mass PCFM pin on it. That's a new feature, right? You haven't seen that before on this channel. So here you go. You stuck around, you got to see something cool and special. But for people just popping in right now, you missed all the cool shit. So go back to the beginning of the VOD and check it out the way that, who's just said that they're doing that? Ishizu is going back. Holy shit. Okay, I'm going to read off some of these ages before I close out. Oh God, here we go. Okay, so Solowski says, I'm old too. John L says 45 here. Are you the John L that I just removed? Or was there a different John L? The base says the right age for dialectics, apparently. Brian Harris says, don't trust anyone over 30 is where the boomers made their first mistake. It's like the truest thing you've ever said, Brian. Weird Solowski says 99. Francois Riotard said, my girlfriend is 50. Okay. That's funny. Nance says 69,420, baby. Got 35-year-olds, 56-year-olds. Jeez. Remember Vietnam? I was 15, says Kevin. Mid-30s, says Gary DB. Yeah, a lot of you are at the age where you're trying to get serious about stuff now. Others are at the age where they're happy to see some people trying to get serious about stuff now. It gives them hope, I guess. 66 years young? Weird Solowski, you're lying. You're lying. You're lying. No, you're between 35 and... No, 25 and 35. You're definitely in that range. If I'm wrong, you have to send me a selfie by email. Speaking of email, Solowski, sorry I haven't responded to your last email that was 6 months ago. We should talk more about that. The base, I want to know about the poster on the wall with the C and the M and the Amazon arrow, LOL. Well, you see, I was a worker at Amazon through Theory Underground, and my subscribers mostly I've been able to get free. The time energy goes up through money into C prime. The idea there, there's a better version of that, but it's like there's a family. And they're not they're kind of trying to get together, but they can't really get together because they don't have their time energy, but they're trying to direct their efforts in such a way so that instead of just building more money, they're instead building the things that they need so that they can have the good life. I don't know. That's kind of what that was. It's just some art that I made and had printed, but it's I kind of I mainly just wanted to see what it would look like. And then I was like, yeah, it's cool. Solowski's 12, actually. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't ever just sit here and engage with chat. This is like Twitch streaming. Graham Lean said, I am only 21. Whoa, dude. You're lying. Okay, now everyone's trolling me. Tallulah said, will this be the new TU dating site? Tallulah, I'm sure you could find some really, really great guys or gals at TU. Also, I have to go finish grading your work. I know I'm going to productively procrastinate from entering the final grades for at least another hour because I have some episodes to. Man, productive procrastination. It's the best thing. I've got to direct myself here against that deadline by doing everything but. Okay, Nance has got to go for real. Yeah, it was dope. Thank you, Nance. All right, take care, everybody. Yeah, I got to bounce too. All right, so peace. Oh, it's not playing the music? Here we go. Support the free and public work at TU by becoming a patron over at Patreon.
But if you would like to get involved and become a member at Theory Underground so that you can listen to special content that is not accessible to anyone else, or if you go up a subscriber level, actually join in the discussions, or at the top level, have us actually read your work, giving constructive feedback, and ultimately paving a way to potentially being a part of what we call the turn, then you'll want to become a subscriber. That's how you will access the ongoing courses and seminars. We've brought together Benjamin Studebaker's experience in political theory